You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't? I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, August 13th. I'm Deborah Valentine, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Israel is bracing its defenses ahead of an anticipated attack from Iran after leaders from Hamas and Hezbollah were killed by Israel. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says Iran's retaliatory attack could be this week, adding the U.S. and its allies are preparing for a significant set of attacks. The Pentagon says Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has ordered a guided missile submarine to the Middle East and is telling the USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group to sail more quickly to the area. A judge has ruled that independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. falsely claimed to New York residents on nominating petitions, invalidating the documents he needs to appear on the state's ballot. Billionaire Elon Musk's interview with former President Donald Trump on X delayed for 40 minutes Monday night due to technical issues. During the interview, the former president blasted the Biden-Harris administration for their handling of the U.S.-Mexico border and Vice President Kamala Harris's recent pledges to fix the crisis. Kamala Harris is set to receive the Democratic nomination for president at next week's DNC convention in Chicago. She said, "We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Comprehensive reform that includes a strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship." 3 Wisconsin police officers who killed a student as he tried to break into his middle school with an air rifle won't face criminal charges. Prosecutors made that announcement on Monday. The officers warned the air rifle looked like a real firearm and says 14-year-old Damian Haglund refused to drop it. In New York City, many residents enjoyed dining al fresco outside in those COVID-era dining sheds outside of city restaurants, but some of them may soon be shutting down because of strict new regulations that went into effect on August 3rd. The new rules require restaurant owners to pay both for a 4-year licensing fee of up to $2,100, as well as an annual fee based on the size of their sidewalk cafes. I'm Deborah Valentine on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is moving to Thursday, September 12th. Join Dom Giordano as he talks to Donald Trump Jr. about all things Trump. Just 2 days after the planned presidential debate. The new date, Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure-our-world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. On Wall Street, it was a choppy trading session on Monday with stocks mixed as investors remain cautious ahead of key economic data in the coming days that will offer fresh clues about whether the economy is heading into a recession. The Dow falling 141 points, the Nasdaq up 35, S&P 500 was flat. This morning, the Producer Price Index report will be released, followed by July's Consumer Price Index data on Wednesday. Jason Katz, UBS Managing Director and Senior Portfolio Manager, believes that the data will show that inflation is heading into the right direction.
Maybe not the pace the Fed wants, but I do think the goalpost of 2% will be moved. We're getting a cut before we get there.
On the earnings front, this morning, home improvement retailer Home Depot will be releasing financial results. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
As kids across the country begin to return to the classroom, there is a growing nationwide effort to prevent students from bringing their cell phones along with them. Banning phones in the classroom has become a popular stance for both school administrators and lawmakers, especially following the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, when concerns about student learning loss and isolation came to the forefront. Some bans have already been implemented, and supporters say they've already seen improvements in their students. Idalisa Torres, a middle school principal from Connecticut, told the Fox News Rundown back in May.
When we've done focus groups with students, one of the major things that comes out of it is that social pressure has completely diminished. The idea of, socializing through Snapchat, through any other social media during the school day is pretty much non-existent, which has allowed my assistant principals to actually get work done on curriculum and instruction.
State lawmakers have also pushed for legislation in several states, including Florida and Louisiana, where they're already in place. Back in January, Kentucky State Representative Josh Bray told Fox why he supports the ban in his state.
I was at a middle school basketball game, and I had a teacher approach me, and they talked about the need to get cell phones out of classrooms. They said it's tremendous distraction, especially post-COVID. We've faced a number of issues in the education space post-COVID. We've seen a drastic increase in mental health issues. We've seen an increase in suicides. Test scores aren't where we want them to be.
Still, not everyone is convinced. Some parents say they need to be able to communicate with their kids during emergencies and for extracurricular activities. Still, not everyone is convinced. Some parents say that they need to be able to communicate with their kids during emergencies and for extracurricular activities. And even some teachers are opposed to the bans.
These cell phones are a major part of our lives now. It's not something that those kids are doing or kids today. We're all addicted to our phones.
Glenn Sachs is a social studies teacher and represents United Teachers Los Angeles at James Monroe High School.
Even faculty meetings, myself included, the same teachers who a half hour ago were telling kids to put the damn phones away, we're on our phones when we're supposed to be listening at the faculty meeting. So, it's a problem throughout society. If we could get rid of them, I'd be happy to get rid of them. But I just think it may very well be more trouble than it is worth. The kids are not going to be happy, and that's okay if they're not happy, but, they're probably going to try to resist it or subvert it as they can. Parents are used to being able to reach kids whenever they want to. Now they're not going to be able to do that. And I think the biggest thing is I just think, enforcing this ban is going to be very, very labor intensive. Somebody's going to have to collect all the phones. Somebody's going to have to keep track of them. Somebody's going to have to disperse them afterwards. Somebody's going to have to be available if a kid arrives at school late, or if a kid leaves early, or there's an emergency or whatever. I'm not, I don't think I'm cynical about it. I think I'm just, looking at it realistically. I wonder if this can be pulled off. If the district were to send somebody to each school, an administrator level person at each school who's going to be in charge of this and would handle it, maybe it would work. But I certainly don't think it's something that the teachers as individuals can handle. And I think it's not going to be easy to do.
And you hit on something there when you talk about the difference between, the difference from school to school, because a lot of what I've seen, they have these locked pouches that kids will use to put their cell phones in, but not every school is built equally. So just the fact that putting somebody in the schools to see, okay, how will this logistically work, that's going to take time and effort as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And, there are other problems too. The texting, the communicating, it's already migrating to the Apple Watches. And from a teacher's perspective, it's harder to police that than a cell phone. I mean, am I going to collect all the kids' watches? Am I going to be able to control when they glance down at their watches? I also think too that a lot of the problems caused by cell phones, it's not going to be solved just by getting rid of them at a school. For example, a lot of the fights that happen in a school, they happen because they start as a social media fight, right? They start as a social media argument, one group, another group, one boyfriend, another boyfriend, back and forth. And, if you ask a dean at a school, they'll tell you that most of the fights are caused based on these social media wars. Well, we can stop the social media wars from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., but they're still going to be going on after school. They're still going to be going on in the evenings and before school. And, I don't really know that blocking the phones or getting rid of the phones is really going to solve anything like that. I mean, the social media is blocked when they're at school anyway. The school jams it, so, they can't use it anyway.
We talk about how this is playing on both sides of the aisle. Just off the top of my head, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, the governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, both Republicans, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, your governor out in California, Gavin Newsom, they are both also for some kind of restriction or some kind of ban. But to be honest, they're not in a classroom every day. You are. What is the biggest problem? Is it the bullying? Is it the distraction of social media? What do you see as the biggest impediment there?
Well, I'm a classroom teacher. A dean will tell you that it's the bullying and the conflicts. As a classroom teacher, I don't find it a big problem in my class. I don't, drive to school in the morning thinking, oh my God, how am I going to deal with it? It's a minor annoyance. It's like a stone in your shoe. And part of it is, it's like the phone's kind of burning a hole in everybody's pocket, burning a hole in everybody's book bag, and they kind of want to go to it. And as long as I'm teaching and we're doing, we're right on things, it's not that much of an issue. But I don't know if there's a problem with the equipment and I've got to take 3 minutes to fix the equipment, boom, the phones will come out, right? I got everything fixed. Okay, put all the phones away. But it's just this continual temptation. And, like I said, I don't see it as a big issue. I ask them to put it away, they'll put it away, but it just kind of hangs there. And, all things being equal, I would rather be rid of them. But, the devil's in the details, and actually implementing the thing, is going to be tricky.
And we talked about the distraction that can be seen with cell phone use in the classroom, which brings up a question about how do you reach students as far as re-engaging them in the learning process. And you're a social studies teacher. I know in a lot of places civics isn't really taught much anymore in schools, but if you look at our politics right now, it's a living civics lesson. If you pay attention to it, a lot of kids didn't re-engage in history, American history, until something like Hamilton came along. Is it going to take out of the box thinking to get around the influence of these devices and get kids re-engaged in learning?
Well, it's definitely an issue, and I feel that, because the whole world is available to them on their cell phones, on the internet, as teachers, we've got to do something more than that. We've got to do something different, special, more than that to reach the kids, because they do have all these other attractive options open to them, all these distractions, and they're used to being, let's be honest, they're used to being stimulated because anytime they're not stimulated, boom, out comes the cell phone or the laptop, and they're stimulated. So I do think it puts more demands on us as teachers to, exactly as you say, to engage them, to get them interested, to get them wanting to learn. But, it's not impossible. I feel that most of us do it. But yeah, it is an extra challenge. No question about that. I mean, on some level, a 60-year-old guy standing at the whiteboard, writing on the whiteboard, on some level, you can't compete with what's on the cell phone. You can't compete with what's on the computer. So you need to figure out more than that, how you can get the kids engaged at a deeper level.
Are there some bigger issues in the world of education that need to be dealt with, that maybe the distractions of social media, cell phones in class are being somewhat used as a scapegoat for? Do you see that? Do you see an argument there?
Well, yeah, I absolutely see that. And, look, the biggest problem with education, and I've been screaming about this for years, I've been writing about it for years, but it doesn't seem to really, penetrate the minds of our educational leaders. This job for teachers, it's very difficult to manage the workload. There's just so much that we have to do. And a lot of it, or some of it, is low-level stuff that we really don't need to do. And you don't need a master's degree or a PhD to sit there and, enter the scores from Kahoot into the grade book or whatever. There's a lot of little tasks that we have to do that take away a lot of our time. And, between everything we do, it's very difficult to get it all done. I think people have this idea that, our work day is just at school and it ends at 3:30 when we leave school. No, the work day doesn't end at 3:30. The first shift ends at 3:30. And then we go home and the second shift begins. And that's planning lessons for the next day, looking things up, researching, grading essays, grading tests, taking care of low-level work, etc. I have long believed that the best way to improve our education system is to give teachers assistance, help, so that people who can handle the lower-level tasks and people who can ease some of the workload, so we can focus on delivering the content, teaching the students, engaging the students the best we can.
It is something we are going to watch because it will remain an issue as long as cell phones are coming back into classrooms along with the students. Glenn Sachs is a social studies teacher out in Los Angeles, and he also represents the United Teachers of Los Angeles. Thank you for everything you do as a teacher, and thank you for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you for the kind words.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Summer, and the living is easy. It'll be super easy with one call to Captain Chucky's. Get your orders into Captain Chucky's now. Make that summer gathering one to remember and put the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake on your picnic table. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Deborah Valentine. Ceasefire negotiations planned in Cairo between Israel and Hamas this week. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby, hopeful Hamas takes part.
They say they care about the people of Gaza. They say they care about the Palestinian people. One way to prove that is to sign up to this deal, show up, close it, and let's get it done.
This as Israel prepares for retaliatory attacks from Iran. On next Monday night, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump quick to attack his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris's handling of the U.S. border crisis.
You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years.
Harris said recently, we know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Elon Musk's interview of the former president took place 40 minutes late because of what Musk says was a cyber attack. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Boston Red Sox announced that 2024 All-Star Game MVP Jarren Duran has been suspended for 2 games without pay after he was heard on the broadcast Sunday using an anti-gay slur towards a fan. According to the Red Sox, his salary from the suspension will be donated to the Federation of Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. USA Gymnastics says an arbitration panel will not reconsider a decision that cost Jordan Chiles her bronze medal from the floor exercise at the Paris Olympics, telling them that panel rules don't allow it to reconsider cases that already went through arbitration, even if there's conclusive new evidence. And that's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This from a former player no longer with Colorado. It's like a real-life Grand Theft Auto video game. There are many distractions with fights, guns, and money floating around. The environment is unlike any I've come from before. Kermani McLean, bullied by Shiloh Sanders, slapped around by Shiloh Sanders. he transferred. Jordan Seaton, 5-star freshman, allegedly bullied into proving his manhood and fighting former Colorado offensive lineman Savion Washington, leaving both men bruised and bloodied. Backup quarterback Colton Allen demanding payment of a $10,000 gambling debt to the son of Kevin Mathis, Caleb. Caleb, a wide receiver. Caleb didn't like being demanded the $10,000, so he beat the hell out of Colton Allen and fought him in front of people, another allegation. And what we get from Deion Sanders in response to this is essentially him saying, you know you're doing well when they start lying.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Denford School District calls off its decision to stop free busing for hundreds of students. Active duty military members in Delco will now be able to take part in a discount program. And that green, white, and red smoke you saw in the sky Monday was from the Italian Air Force promoting an upcoming air show.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text AREA to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails, it was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your Social Security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler. By the way.
And that was Donald Trump with Elon Musk last night on Spaces on X. And with that, away we go. Live on this Tuesday morning, August 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. We are not 43 minutes late to today's broadcast. We did not have a DDoS attack, but we are ready to go.
Yeah.
I got a feeling today's show could be epic. Just a hunch. Dawn, good morning. How are you? Maybe Dawn is on Spaces.
Maybe she is 43 minutes late.
No, she's there.
I'm here.
I'm just kidding.
She's just using Elon Musk technology. Hello, Dawn.
Hello.
How are you?
I don't know which gremlins come in here and play with all the buttons and move everything around, but stop.
Those little rascals.
I think Trump needs, I don't know, he needs a better dentist. I've had all the dental surgery with Dr. Benz, and I thought right away, he definitely had dental work or something.
No.
Was he wearing Nancy Pelosi's dentures?
It sounded
Both
like
of you.
He sounded a little like this.
Both of you are buying into that was a compression issue.
Terrible radio engineers they had.
It was a radio. I swear to you, it was a radio.
That's probably what it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you, not to get too technical at 6:02, but if you hear anybody who doesn't always do radio shows from the studios here, Rich Sealy, sometimes if he talks too loud when he's on his thing, he pops, and that's all a compression thing. So that's all. That's all this was. I saw all those. Trump is lisping. Trump is drunk. You're drunk. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, first of all, Trump doesn't drink. His brother was an alcoholic.
By the way, the reason I started off with that Butler clip. Could that be the biggest political rally in history?
Yes.
Totally.
I'm calling it right now. That in October, when he goes back to Butler, it will be the biggest political rally in the history of political rallies.
I agree, especially from what happened July 13th.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if Butler can hold what Wildwood was able to hold sheer volume-wise, but the magnitude of what of the moment and the significance of her return, yes, absolutely.
People are going to come from far and wide, and
back to Butler, fight.
And I will be on top of that roof myself.
Right?
They better,
in a good way.
They better. We should go out there. We should go out there.
100%.
I'm thinking we should
back
go
to
out
Butler
there for that.
in October.
It's been a long time since I've trekked out that way.
That's going to be a huge rally. They just need to make sure, unlike Spaces, that they can handle the volume of people. You know what I mean? So
very interesting. We'll get to that this morning in the Big Take and also the fallout conversation around last night's broadcast. We've got some good with that. We've got some bad with it. I'll give you a combination of both. Also, this morning, we have to rip Kamala Harris and Joe Biden on taxing tips. I've got all of the receipts. We're going to get to that as we move along. Also, a burglary at Donald Trump's Virginia headquarters for his campaign that transpired on Sunday evening. And we've got the photo of the suspect to distribute to the masses on YouTube. Have you seen this man? Do you know any information?
Is he from Philadelphia?
I don't know. But we will post all the pertinent details and the number to call if you're aware of this guy's identity.
By the way, I know you're going to get to it in your Big Take, but like,
what?
For all of the technical issues last night, with that, the discussion I thought was really good.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think that they talked a lot of policy.
Yep.
And I have all the clips of them talking policy.
Okay.
And I heard that. I was just like, yes, these are the messages that need to be said and need to be done.
That's correct. I do not think Kamala Harris and or Joe Biden could have sat down last night and did what Donald Trump did. In fact, I know they can't. And we'll get to all of this.
She hasn't done an interview.
She hasn't.
Yeah.
Right.
He sat there for 2 hours last night.
Yeah.
And she's like, maybe by the end of August, I'll sit down for, like, are you?
I'm not sure she could sit down with Bill and Jen on the B Morning Show this morning.
Oh, no. How dare you?
Will she speak at the convention?
It's a great question, Dawn. It's a great question.
It'll be Biden and Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
We're going to go virtual because there's 110,000 people expected to protest in Chicago next week. We'll get to that story as well. All right, before we get to all of that, let's get to the local stories, the local news, what's going on in and around our listening area. For that, at 6:05, round number one, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live this morning. 65 degrees right now on this Tuesday, August 13th, 1 month to the day from what happened in Butler, PA 1 month ago. Today's August 13th. We are sponsored this morning by United Tire this morning. So let's get to it. We'll talk about the forecast. We'll talk about the Phils starting their latest new series as well. It'll be a beautiful night for it weather-wise. But we do have a man in custody, that from police, after this road rage shooting incident happened in Havertown, Delaware County, left a woman, injured. So this happened almost 3:30-ish afternoon yesterday on the 2000 block of Westchester Pike. Haverford Township Police say that suspect fired 13 shots into her white SUV, and this is a mom in her 40s and her 10-year-old nephew. Bullets hitting the headlight, the hood, the windshield of the vehicle, and the woman did suffer minor injuries, but not from bullets. It was all the glass. It was all the glass and the fragments. The child, the little boy, her nephew, was not physically injured, but they said both of them were obviously pretty shaken up. 13 shots.
Over road rage. And it's not even truly rush hour at 3. I mean, Zioli hasn't gotten through his first hour yet, and we're already discharging a clip?
Yes.
It's amazing that you could actually survive and have minor injuries after 13 shots are fired. Thank God we have a lot of bad shooters in this state.
I say this all the time. I'm very careful about flipping people off or getting angry on the road with people because you just never know.
Tunnel vision, head down.
Yep. You're right. I was wrong. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes I think it's just people are flipping out.
Yeah. Well, they're unhinged.
And I'll have that happen. I'll look over and somebody's like, do it. And I'm like, what did I do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, sorry, because it's Philadelphia. You know what I mean? You're just going to like pull over or just kind of hunker down.
This is why I try to be off the roadways by 2:30 p.m. each day.
Right. Yeah, and it wasn't like, to your point, it was like after school hours or after camp hours.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. We have a Bucks County man shot and killed 2 people, according to authorities, who neighbors say are indeed family members. We're getting some word from witnesses and neighbors. Most of this, obviously, from police officers who were called to the 3900 block of Charter Club Drive. And this is in a caller reporting several people were dead inside the home. So it appears to be a double murder-suicide. That from the authorities. Officers finding 2 men and a woman dead from gunshot wounds, all to the head. Bucks County DA's office speaking out, saying that 59-year-old Stephen Chow shot and killed 21-year-old Raymond Chow, 63-year-old Amy Trong, while they were in their beds, then shot and killed himself. So this murder-suicide certainly shaking up this quiet tree-lined neighborhood here. Police not disclosing the relationship between the victims, but residents in this quiet neighborhood, they were speaking out to the media, really just even trying to find out more information from the reporters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As they were standing out there and just disturbed by this, saying that the 21-year-old kid, they identified, they knew who he was, and had gone to a local high school, was on to college. So just a real tragedy here.
Yeah. Mental health does not discriminate based on what neighborhood you live in.
Jeez. That's amen. That's so true and so tragic. We do have a suspect in custody after a man was stabbed at a SEPTA platform, and that happened yesterday, again, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The SEPTA westbound platform, 15th and Market Streets. The victim treated for minor injuries, surviving the stabbing, shaken up, obviously, emotionally, but physically is recovering. But the police say they did catch that suspect a short time later. I don't have word for the motive, what was going on here yet, and they're not identifying that suspect as of right now. A lot of disturbing situations happened right around 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock yesterday. I don't know what's up with that. We have in New Jersey, remember we had talked yesterday about the district plan, and this is a New Jersey suburb, South Jersey, where the Deptford Township School District had suddenly announced over the weekend, quite a controversial plan that said that if you live closer to 2 miles, 2 or 2.5 miles from the school, respectively, remember the story?
Oh, yeah.
That you're going to have to walk to school or pay about $350 a month if you want that service.
So are they walking that back now?
They sure are. And they're not waiting for the big district meeting, Nick.
See, Kayal and Company, we affect policy.
I was just going to say, you were the ones I noticed. The Johnny Come Lately news station here was late to the party on this. Don Stensland had it first, I believe, yesterday, and with all the people listening to this station now, I believe we affected change.
Yes.
Good job, Don Stensland.
Yes. I mean, we blew a gasket on this show. I mean, I can't believe. I was telling you back in the day in the middle school at Easton, walking 7 blocks. You're not going to have a kid walk 2 miles. Who came up with that idea?
Well, the superintendent, Kevin Knass, announced this in a letter released to the community last night, saying, after careful consideration and a lot of public feedback, the school district will continue to provide its free bus service as it has in the past.
Amen.
And that didn't even go over well. People were saying free, and one of the school officials said complimentary. He said, excuse me, complimentary, free? No. We pay among some of the highest property taxes in the nation. We pay for that bus service.
Yeah. You know, in the words of Don Stenzel and Kevin Knass, don't be a T word, okay? You get it together.
Man.
It's a sin.
Yeah.
We're already, oh my goodness, it's already a crazy morning, and it's only 6:12. We are sponsored by United Tire. Just stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires. You know what you're going to get? $100 off 4 new tires, and you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs. Wow, this is awesome. And more. UnitedTire.com. Do not drive alone. Drive United. That's an unheard of deal there at United Tire. And you know what? Bestwork Industries for the Blind brings us the forecast and the Phil's cast. So Phil's, let's just predict they're going to win against the Fish, the Marlins, 6:40 p.m. It will be a gorgeous evening for this as we are sponsored by Bestwork Industries. So today, 82 degrees.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So by 6:40, it's like 76 degrees.
It's pristine weather. You can't ask for anything
Are
better.
you guys sleeping with windows open? Oh, yeah.
No.
Not yet.
What?
Not yet.
What is wrong with you two?
I had the AC up to 74, but I had the ceiling fan going still.
Oh man, no! Come on, guys.
Not yet.
This is beautiful sleeping weather.
Post Labor Day.
It's like 60 degrees when we wake up in the morning.
Well,
It's
it is.
beautiful.
But when I go to bed at 9 o'clock, it's still a little too warm. I need a nice, cool way to fall asleep.
Oh, sweetheart, suck it up.
I take my melatonin.
Oh God.
This is the man in my. I'm Greg. I'm with Greg. See, I would
Come
love.
on, man. But it's nice. It gets
4 to 6 weeks from now, I will be windows open at night for sure.
Oh, what? Dude, come on.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
Well, our forecast and our Phillies cast for tonight's game, 6:40 against the Marlins, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Hey, their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture technology, and more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:14, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, I got a mixed bag for you this morning. We've got the bad and we've got the good. The Trump X Factor turns into Spaces Fail 2.0. First of all, it was Ron DeSantis. Secondly, it was Donald Trump. And we're talking 8 to 8:45 last night. We'll get into the content, which was really good, and the conversation, which was great as we move along this morning. But it was deja vu all over again. Donald Trump and Elon Musk supposed to start their live conversation on X via the Spaces feature at 8 p.m. And much like some of Elon's rockets, initially, it crashed and burned. They didn't get started until almost 8:45 p.m. I personally think Spaces on X is trash. It was supposed to begin at 8, and for the second straight time, to the second straight Republican, it let 2 GOP politicians down. We always talk about how Republicans are really brutal at messaging. If the platform you're trying to deliver the message on fails, what does that say about Republicans? Donald Trump sitting there, mic'd up, looking down at his iPhone, delivering what is the equivalent of a bad radio connection on remote for a morning show in Idaho, all while sounding like he had an awful lisp or just got numbed up for a root canal. I get it. It was a microphone compression issue. We've all been doing this a long time in this industry, but at times painful to listen to. And then Elon Musk claiming that there was a massive DDoS attack on X, which is also known as a distributed denial of service attack, which is defined as a malicious attempt to disrupt normal traffic to a web property. Basically, a cyber attack. Musk also claimed that the system was tested earlier in the day with 8 million concurrent listeners, and apparently there was no glitches. Eventually, it got underway around 8:40 p.m., but in my opinion, it was a major buzzkill, and it took longer than it did for DeSantis to get going, and we know how that turned out. And I know everybody out there is screaming on X last night. I saw all your tweets. I saw all your comments. Wow, there's 1.3 million listeners at one point. So much for it being a bust. Look at all these people consuming the interview, defending how great it was. So I can sit here and blow smoke up your butt, or I can have respect for my audience and tell you my honest opinion. I thought the first 45 minutes was a dud. It was a failure. Once it got going, it was pretty darn good. And by the way, for the people touting how massive the audience was, I want you to keep in mind, we're a nation of 340 plus million people. And to boot, this was a global broadcast. And we always get, well, Fox News is dead since Tucker Carlson left. Jesse Waters' show gets about 1.8 million viewers on average. And you're touting up 1.3 million listeners on Spaces as a major success? You can't have it both ways. But what is up for somewhat of a debate, in my opinion, is what the hell happened last night and who's to blame? Was this clearly a Spaces is unreliable thing? I think that's probably what it was. Was this an intentional hack by Iran, the European Union, Russia, Democrats, or somebody else? Perhaps. I give that some credence for sure. More on why in the Big Take coming up here in just a few minutes. Could this also be Trump and Elon doing a work, meaning an intentional act of self-sabotage to claim suppression of speech? Probably not, unless they make these claims down the road in the following days, but it would be next level thinking, and I do think it would be politically savvy. But prior to Spaces starting, I originally was so excited because Donald Trump is back. That's right. He's back on X, and he has returned to the social media platform he was once banned on. X, formerly known as Twitter, is once again a posting frenzy for the 45th president of the United States. And in my opinion, getting back on, an incredibly smart move. Just avoid Spaces, that's all. Prior to last night's one-on-one with Elon Musk, Trump posted a handful of comments on the social media platform. It started with a 2.5-minute ad on his campaign that, as of 6 p.m. Monday night, had garnered 23 million views. And we know that social media views can be flawed and skewed. But here's the thing. Trump has 88 million followers on X. He also went on to post 7 or 8 other views over the course of the day. But the one post that he actually typed out in text form that wasn't digital or video in nature read like this, quote, "Are you better off now than you were when I was president? Our economy is shattered, our border has been erased, and we're a nation in decline. Make the American dream affordable again. Make America safe again. Make America great again." And that right there, in a nutshell, is all he needs to keep saying. Forget the nicknames, the DEI commentary, Kamala's ethnicity, and other trivial nonsense that turns off some people that are still on the fence and undecided. Make America affordable again. It's the economy, stupid. Bingo. He absolutely nails it. As Dawn says, peace and prosperity, the economy and safety. But don't just stop with X. Trump, you need to get back on Facebook if you haven't already. Your ban with Zuckerberg is over on the Meta platforms as well, which include Instagram. Then you throw in TikTok and Snapchat. This needs to be a full-fledged social media barrage to reach Gen Z. If you recall, Donald Trump, under then owner of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, permanently suspended Trump's Twitter account for citing, quote, risk of further incitement of violence. That came on January 8th, 2 days after J6 2021. Fast forward 22 months later, and Elon Musk purchases Twitter, rebrands it to X, restores free speech, and then on November 20th of 2022, he reinstated Donald Trump's account. Last night, the two sat down for a Spaces broadcast on X, and here was Trump and Elon discussing the tragic events of July 13th. Listen to this.
The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because, he was pulling himself up. And he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but, he was like pulling himself up. And because of that, he couldn't get to his gun, and he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Trump also would go on to say, as you heard in the beginning of the show that Greg played the clip, he will be returning to Butler, Pennsylvania, likely in October, and that will have a seismic impact. In fact, I would argue, let that be the last time the American public sees you or hears from you before the election. Leave them wanting more. And with the assassination discussion last night, probably one of the most detailed breakdowns we've heard about that day, coming from the victim and not the authorities. Then Musk and Trump got into Harris's biggest liabilities, the border, and zero policies to date. Listen to this.
They have to come in legally. They have to be checked. Yeah. Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world.
More on the Democrats and their fraudulent stances, including the taxation of tips, coming up later this hour. Finally, Trump and Elon talked about the economy. Make America affordable again. And that's what I want more than anything on God's green earth personally when it pertains to this election, the next 4 years, and Donald Trump. It's something that almost everybody has felt. Here's Trump crushing Brokeback Biden. Listen to this.
The election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot, and we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon. And as much as I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation. It doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live.
Bingo! Trump nails it on the economy. You are being eaten alive by the cost of living and the rise of inflation. I thought Trump was brilliant in the conversation. I also think Spaces is absolute trash. But let me wrap with a few side notes. Believe it or not, regardless of how little skin in the game Gen Z has, the 18 to 29-year-old demo could play a major factor in the election that is expected to be super close. That's why I think things like Spaces and reaching out on these platforms where the youths live is super important. Because if Trump can't win over Gen Z or make a dent in the Democrats' advantage, perhaps maybe his baby boy can. Enter Barron Trump. The Daily Mail reporting how Barron Trump and his conservative influencer best friend Beau Loudon, 17 years old, are helping the former president secure the Gen Z vote. According to the report, Barron and Beau have been briefing Trump and pressing him to forge close links with Gen Z content creators. You and I might hate them, but they actually could make the difference in the election. The tech-savvy teens are reportedly working behind the scenes on the new landscape of streamers and YouTube stars with millions of followers. They are acting as a de facto social media outreach team. Trump's 90-minute interview last week with gamer Aiden Ross garnered 500,000 people to watch it live, which was arranged by the two teens. And last night's broadcast between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, two former Democrats, in the build-up to last night, was causing the unhinged of Gen Z on TikTok to lose their minds. Listen and watch this glorious clip.
I hate Elon Musk! Do you even know how much money he has donated to Trump? $10 trillion! He doesn't need that money. He's already a trillionaire. Just trillionaires supporting other trillionaires. You know how much money of that could be donated to worthwhile causes? Like the Biden-Harris campaign? He made Twitter suck! And his dad owns Emerald Mines!
Seems like a stable person, right? But I'm sure the media will have a meltdown later this morning on TV if they actually cover the content in an attempt to smear both Trump and Musk. Minus the tech issues, that's how you know it was a good idea. That's how you know that it was impactful if the Harris campaign responds to it. Execution aside, the premise made sense. The Hollywood elites are bitter. The Hollywood Reporter yesterday with this headline, F these Trump-loving techies. Hollywood takes on Silicon Valley in an epic presidential brawl. Actors and actresses in their feelings over the money people are spending to back the guy who gave them a great economy. And it even ticked off the European Union. As the European Commissioner Thierry Breton wrote the following to Elon Musk, I am writing to you in the context of recent events in the United Kingdom and in relation to the planned broadcast on your platform X of a live conversation between Donald Trump and yourself, which will be accessible to users in the EU. He goes on to bloviate about how Trump and others across the pond are going to be consuming this, and they're dealing with their own riots and uprising, and now bans on social media followed by punishments which have been deemed illegal if you share misinformation. Here's a message. Here's an idea to the Commissioner of the European Union. Worry about your own continent. Worry about that own union of yours. Worry about your own countries. We'll do what we do here in America. And the last time I checked, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they don't give a rip what you have to say. Although, as Greg Stocker might one day say, can we stop getting our message out on Spaces? And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, I know all of you were listening to it last night. Let's hear from you. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT in the YouTube chat. And, of course, you can leave us your voice messages. We'll play them coming up at 9:40 this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on a Tuesday here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We talked about this gorgeous weather this time of year, just cooling off just right. The sunset last night, so beautiful. August is road trip season. We're still here really in the heart of road trip season. And do you know that your vehicle ready? Road trip ready, I'm talking about. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help make sure that you and your family are safe out on the roads. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all the regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before you hit the road, before they can happen. Just schedule that service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, PIA, ZZA. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As fall approaches, you have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, sporting events, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve. So this fall, no matter what you're prepping for, you can prioritize your family's health and make a game plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor or pharmacist to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Leave your voice messages as we move along this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. And I think we should probably throw up a poll question either in the YouTube chat or on Twitter or both and see what people think in regards to what actually caused the 45-minute delay. Was it as simple as spaces crashing and not able to handle all of the people? or was this a DDoS, which Elon Musk claims basically an intentional cyber attack? Dawn, I'm sure you were listening to it and streaming it. Your observations and takeaways from last night are?
Yeah, I think, first of all, there was, even during the mid-morning, there was some Google outage, YouTube outage. We were having all kinds of technical problems in the 10 a.m. hour yesterday.
Oh.
So there was definitely something going on with outages.
Okay.
And even Henry with audio and was trying to get stuff off YouTube or whatever. So there was definitely something going on. So then when Elon said that in the evening, it made we've had a lot of different problems with cyber attacks, with these different outages.
Well, Odyssey was sending us emails late last week and through the weekend about how Gmail was acting up.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, to your point, there's been all sorts of tech glitches lately across the globe.
Yeah, so I don't know what motive. I don't really see a motive for Elon. I think it makes him open to criticism, and it's embarrassing when something like that happens because he's the tech guy who, sends rockets into space.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I think that it was he told the truth. I mean, I think as far as a tech thing, he's pretty matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what happened.
Okay. Conversation-wise, any major observations or takeaways from what the actual material was?
Yeah, I thought I liked the conversation. I think, Trump, obviously it's funny because Elon's just like lets him go.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, dude.
Yeah. Take notes, CNN reporters.
Let me just say this. It's true. He does let him go, and it's a good thing. But Elon has to interject with, yep, yeah, oh, yeah, after everything Trump says. You'll hear it in some of the clips. I'm just like, ask him a question and let him
It's not
talk.
a professional interview.
I get you, but guys,
You know what I mean?
We know you're still there.
It may be something with his Asperger's that he has to, he has to, chime in or
but
do something.
I notice that every now and then from seasoned broadcasters that have been doing it for a long time, myself included. There's times where I'm,
do it too.
And you sit there, you're like, mm-hmm. And I think sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it.
Agreed.
Because you're kind of in tune with what the person is saying.
Yep.
I sometimes I think there are people out there in broadcast world that when they interview, they just ask the question and they check out, and they're not even paying attention to what the guest is saying, which is also a bad procedure as well. But it's just my thing last night, and I got a couple people too. Oh, Nick, are you okay over there? You're having a meltdown over this. I'm like, we can't be having 45-minute freaking delays on these ridiculous platforms. And my whole thing is, you have these younger people out there, and I get it, the diehards stayed through it, right? The Sean Farishes of the world were hitting refresh until their thumbs were bleeding. But there are some people out there that they just, can't get it, move on. And I know there's a lot of massive numbers out here that are being reported, and I just want to pass this along. X tweeted this out 4 hours ago, the official X feed for X on X. They said between 7:47 and 10:47 Eastern, President Trump's space post received 73 million views. During the same period, there were 4 million posts about Elon Musk and Trump's conversation on X, which generated a total of 998 million views. So they got close to 1 billion views. But I just wonder what could have been if this thing didn't have a glitch and a snafu from the jump. Imagine if it was just perfect right at 8 o'clock, what they could have accomplished. And I don't think you're out of line by saying that the crash for 45 minutes is a bad look, because both sides of the aisle with headlines. Fox News, X melts down after Trump-Musk interview space immediately crashes. Politico, Trump's interview with Musk devolves into yet another X catastrophe. That will be the headline in mainstream media, including the Fox Newses of the world. Whereas if you stuck around, and I got to the point where I listened to most of the great content in bed, almost in the dark, with my phone on my nightstand.
That's creepy.
It is creepy.
Yeah, it's
and I didn't have a
creepy.
shirt. I didn't have a shirt on either.
Oh God. Oh, darn.
Yeah, you like that?
Help me.
And I was just in my skivvies.
Oh God.
So but the content itself, minus even the microphone compression issues with Trump, was
great.
Beautiful.
It was great. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he was on message. He was on point.
Yes.
I mean, he did a great. He did a great job with the actual thing. It's just that here's the problem too, is that we're such a and listen to me defending social media, like this is you never know which side of you where I'm going to come down on an issue. I just feel like we're such an instant gratification society that we want things now. I want this now. If I don't have it now, it's a mess and it stinks. And I saw even you, Nick, Kayal, like you guys couldn't wait 10 minutes before everybody's like, this is a disaster. This is a mess. This is this. Just let it breathe, man.
Well, I was going to stick with it and listen to it as soon as it became available. But I'm looking outside of the Trump supporter, the diehards, the media people that will be consuming it because it's their job. Like, I'm thinking of the slipped and blown opportunity and what the mainstream's going to say. You can't get this wrong.
Yeah. Road Warrior in the YouTube chat says, Nick, it was only 1 billion people. You did say that. You're like, it was like 1 billion people. Think about what it could have been if they started at 8 o'clock.
Could have been 2.
Could have been 2
Could have been 1.5, Road Warrior.
Could have gotten China.
Yeah. Could have been. I mean, look, the conversation was great. I just think enough with the spaces already. Yeah, in the words of Greg Stocker.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Find something more reliable. Why are they not streaming it live on Twitter live with video? I mean, honestly, there was a picture that was posted of Trump, and he's got Trump is in this beautiful office, and he's got his iPhone on the desk, like he's in a conference call Zoom for Odyssey, and he's just speaking out, and then you can see the microphone attached to his jacket, and there was just I mean, does Elon Musk not employ engineers? Does he not have a sound guy?
I agree with you that, you see these, these things that Tucker does and stuff like that. They get 1 million views and all that stuff. Like, why? They're coming from the same place. Why couldn't it be like a sit-down video interview? Why do they have to use Spaces? Because as we've seen, Spaces has been a giant. I mean, we all remember the DeSantis thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it just I know he's trying to promote his thing, but I think the video aspect of YouTube. Even if it wasn't live, even if they recorded it, video and then dropped it at 8 p.m. You know what I mean?
There's no way Elon Musk is going to do that. Think about it.
You're probably right.
He's somebody who loves that. No, it just rocket. He builds rockets. Like a rocket guy is not going to not go live.
I understand.
Do you know what I mean?
I understand. I'm just my whole point is that it seems like the video aspect of it when Tucker does it, even when he did it with Don Lemon, it seemed to work perfectly fine.
Yeah,
it's just these spaces that have issues.
It would have been crisp. It would have been clean.
Yeah.
It's not like you had to do any editing because you don't have to edit Trump, and Trump's not going to sit there and demand that you edit things or take this out like Biden and Harris would do. But at least it would go off with no technical issues and people that tuned in. And here's the thing: a lot of people, they have a small window each day to get their content, right? You have 13 minutes to listen to Kayal and Company on demand on the Odyssey app at 8:15 a.m. while you're on the treadmill. Not everybody listens for all 4 hours. Trust us when we tell you this from a media consumption standpoint. Human beings actually have lives to live. Not everybody like me and somebody listening in this audience is sitting around for all 2.5 hours with nothing else to do with their life. That's an indictment on my life.
Let me say this about our radio station. We are probably the most consumed radio station for time spent listening, which is an industry buzzword. Like people who listen to us the longest. The average person, and mind you, people listen to our station the longest out of every other radio station is like 52 minutes.
Yeah.
So when you're sitting here saying that people are sitting here listening to all 4 hours of the show or all, the station all day, they're not. They're in and out. They're in and out. They're in and out. So you're absolutely right that people have stuff to do. They have lives to lead. That's why they want it when they want it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that with the whole, instant gratification thing, it's just like I get it. You want things to work, but as somebody who's been on the other side of this with technical issues, I mean, just I was on pins and needles that day, that morning when you guys interviewed Trump, because there's just so much technical,
and we built it up,
and
right?
he was late, so
it's
the whole thing is you have two masters of the universe, coming together for one thing, stuff's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I think that maybe they should think about, because they're prone to this kind of attention by attackers. So either they should pre-record something just in case.
Agreed.
To say, hey, we're on. This is actually recorded. We recorded this an hour ago live to tape.
Yep.
Or live to whatever you call it. But because we're now somebody's trying to block us, but we wanted to state a time.
Yep.
So this part's recording. When we go live, we will let you know because we want to be transparent. They could do either that or I would say, instead of doing something in the evening, why don't they just do it first thing in the morning?
Yeah, not a bad idea. Although you have people leaving for work, so I think people at 8 o'clock, most people have settled in for the evening.
So I'm guessing, I'm looking at it because we, for radio and for this medium, you want to be on at this time. For social media, I think you get more bang for your buck in the evening when people are sitting there, not spending time with their family and scrolling aimlessly on Twitter.
Right. While they watch a TV show with their wife that they're not really watching. Not that I've ever done that. 855-839-1210. But a lot of people.
Anything good?
Huh?
Are you watching?
We're watching the Stranger Things.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll catch up.
Is this the last season for it? I think it's the last season.
Yeah, they had like a hiatus, and now the new season starts. The last season starts in January.
So are you catching up so you can watch the final?
He's watching what we watched years ago.
We're on season 3, so I'll be caught up by Halloween.
Have you watched All in the Family yet, Nick?
Yeah, our boy Jim gave me the DVDs.
Oh,
Are you
nice.
kidding me?
He does.
Good.
He did.
Oh my!
Do you have a DVD player?
I do.
Okay. Good.
You like that, don't you? But you know what? A lot of people are wondering if this was an intentional hack, and look, it's a total possibility. European Union didn't want this to go down. I'm sure Democrats didn't want this to go down. And the Washington Post, let me ask you a question. I want to play K2 here in a moment. Why do mainstream media outlet journalists despise free speech? Think about that for a second. Whether you're a Washington Post writer, a New York Times writer, a Philadelphia Inquirer writer, a Politico writer, you name it, The Atlantic. Why do you hate free speech so much? What are you afraid of? Why are you scared of dissenting viewpoints and challenging the status quo? Let's play K2 because this was some journalistic hack for the Washington Post yesterday asking Karine Jean-Pierre if the president can shut down X and Spaces so that the Trump-Elon Musk interview doesn't go off in fear of misinformation. K2, listen to this.
Elon Musk is slated to interview Donald Trump tonight on X. I don't know if the president is going to tune in. Feel free to say if he is or not. But I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue. It's a America issue. What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that, or stopping the spread of that, or sort of intervening in that? Some of that was about campaign misinformation, but it's a wider thing, right?
Yeah, no, and you've heard us talk about this many times from here about the responsibilities that social media platforms have when it comes to misinformation, disinformation. Don't have anything to read out from here about specific ways that we're working on it, but we believe that they have the responsibility. These are private companies, so we're also mindful of that too. But look, it is. I think it is incredibly important to call that out as you're doing. I just don't have any specifics on what we have been doing internally as it relates to the interviews. Not something that I'm tracking, and I'm sure the president's not tracking it either.
That is an embarrassing question for somebody who writes for the Washington Post to ask that question, and for 3 reasons. And I'll defer to Dawn, the journalist of the show. But number one. Dude from the Washington Post that will go unnamed. I don't even know who that was, but I know he writes for the Washington Post. Number one, X is a private company. They can do whatever the hell they want. Number 2, the government can't censor Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's called the First Amendment, Skip, all right? Free speech. And lastly, my God, either the media is dumb, they really hate the American public, or it's a combination of both. How about him talking about misinformation? You want to talk about misinformation and disinformation? They lied to you about everything for 4 years, from Biden's health Oh, he's not in cognitive decline. This is the best Joe we've ever seen. That's lie number one. COVID, vaccine efficacy, lie number two. And, of course, the economy. Oh, no, the economy's great. Yeah, look at the stock market. Look at the Dow Jones. They lie all the time, yet they want to sit there and try to be this holier-than-thou gatekeeper of truth? Really? You want to talk about lies and misinformation and disinformation? Exhibit A. I give you 2020 through 2024. I rest my case, Your Honor. Dawn Stensland, is this not the biggest, one of the most embarrassing media malpractices that you've ever seen? Is there anything the president can do to stop this? What are they so scared of?
Yeah, it's bizarre to me that we have, and this did go viral with people talking about the WAPO, the Washington Post, quote in air quotes, journalist asking the White House if they can stop Trump's interview with Elon Musk. It's stunning, and thankfully, even KJP immediately says, "Well, they are a private company,
right?"
So, like even she thought that was kind of way out there.
Yep.
But it shows you that even people in that press pool, they don't really understand the First Amendment.
Nope.
I mean, I was trying to find where you were talking. Who specifically is that reporter? But I think that so-called journalist is an enemy, in my opinion, an enemy of the First Amendment, an enemy of what I think we hear at Talk Radio 1210 and as well, just as a society, what we treasure, what we cherish, right?
I mean, if I was a writer for the Daily Caller, and I had a press credential at the White House, and Kamala Harris was getting set to do a Facebook Live with Mark Zuckerberg, and I said, the Harris-Biden administration has lied a lot for the last 4 years. Is there any way that Donald Trump can shut this interview down? I would take away my own press pass after asking a stupid question like that. Like, I don't understand how some of these people who are supposed to be objective journalists, and I get it, it's been like this for a long time. The media's bought and paid for. Washington Post is shedding subscriptions left and right. Bezos has made it further left. He's destroyed whatever was left of it, the whole bit. But it's amazing how they're almost like another armed branch of the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let people decide what they choose to believe. Don't suppress the marketplace of ideas. Let everybody have an equal say, and then we will sift through it and arrive at our own conclusions. And the media just does not want this to happen. That's why they create words like misinformation and disinformation. And they paint it as if only Republicans lie.
Mm-hmm.
Got news for you. They all lie. And it's up to you to figure it out. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And also the Trump campaign headquarters in Virginia burglarized. And there's a pretty obvious picture of the suspect. We'll get into that. And then also, it's time to shred Kamala and Joe over their hypocrisy when it comes to taxation of tips, and also the way the media has covered Trump's tip proposal versus the Harris plagiarism. That's coming up next. It's Kayal and Company, hour 2 on the way.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime?
It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com and step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.702, welcome back in. Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Plenty of Elon Musk and Donald Trump from their spaces last night. All sorts of other great audio gems as well. And also coming up this morning, right around 9:35, 9:40, somewhere in that ballpark, we'll get to your voicemails. Leave your voice messages on the Odyssey answering machine. And Greg Stocker, you can access that how?
If you're listening on the Odyssey app, just hit the microphone button. It should be on the 1210 page there.
Yeah.
Hit the microphone button and let her rip. Tell us anything that's on your mind.
That's correct. Maybe you're going to sit there and say that the Odyssey app is even more reliable than Spaces.
Sometimes.
Which I think most of the time usually is. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We got to get to this burglary, and also I want to get to a lot of this taxing with tips, because this has quickly become a huge story between the two campaigns, and it's time to absolutely roast Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and also the media hypocrisy with how they frame and cover the same idea from two candidates. One which was an original idea, the other which is a plagiarized idea, and how the media portrays it to the masses. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. Never plagiarizing, just calling it the way she sees it and the way it's supposed to be reported. The great Dawn Stensland.
Amen, brother. Thank you, Nick Kayal. So this morning, Kayal and Company News Live, we're still in the 60s. It's feeling good, mid-60s this morning on this Tuesday, August the 13th. And we are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. So in the news, we now know that police have a man in custody after that road rage shooting, making national headlines, by the way, happened in Havertown. This is Delco, leaving a woman badly shaken and injured, as well as her young nephew who was riding along in the car with her. Happened in the 2000 block of Westchester Pike. Road rage situation. Police responding to the situation where 13 shots were fired into this lady's white SUV. She was she's identified as a woman in her 40s and had picked up her 10-year-old nephew who was in the back seat. So she suffered cuts and not a bullet directly, but apparently just from the shattered glass striking her. So she was treated at the hospital. Police saying this was a miracle here, that nobody was seriously or critically injured with this guy. They now have a suspect in custody, but an incredible scene for those, on the roadway. Bright yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, broad daylight.
What do you do if you're like in traffic and you're like a car in front or two cars behind, and you've got nowhere to go, and you're sitting there witnessing this this decay of human society? What do? You just recline your chair back and just pray that he doesn't see you?
Yeah, this guy, I want to know more about this 30-year-old suspect, Sean Moses. They've identified he was driving in a black Lincoln SUV, and so they've arrested him. But because the police were saying that this could have been, she could have been murdered or she and her nephew could have been killed, what are the charges with something like this?
Yeah.
This is, sometimes we hear about a road rage and it's like somebody, gives a pot shot. They clearly don't want to murder somebody, but when you fire 13 shots.
I mean, attempted murder, right?
Right.
In the first degree. I mean, you're trying to kill somebody, right?
Holy moly.
This is not manslaughter. This is not aggravated assault. This was, thankfully, he's a bad shot. This was basically a homicide.
And that's what they were saying on the scene yesterday. Just an incredible story. There's a story also. This is making national news. It's making news in all the Florida stations as well as here locally, because there's a man from Huntington Valley who is now facing some pretty serious federal charges because he apparently voted up to 5 times, allegedly 5 times that we know of in the 2020 election.
Who did he vote for?
So, well, that's the other piece of this. He's a Montgomery County man. He registered to vote and cast votes in multiple locations during the same election period. Apparently, he was originally registered as a Republican and then flipped.
Okay.
So I don't know if he was he really trying to prove a point? I want to find out more about this.
Yeah.
Because I wonder if he was just trying to make a point here.
It's
pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
He's identified as 62-year-old Philip Pulley of Huntington Valley, charged with election fraud, falsely registering to vote, double voting, as well as related crimes. So he was registered to vote in his home in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, also registered to vote. This is all according to the authorities, both state authorities in Pennsylvania as well as federal authorities. But he was also registered to vote in Broward County in Florida in 2018, then added a third voter registration in Philadelphia County in 2020. So I don't know. I
shouldn't laugh. Our system's so broken and it's so aggravating, but it's just, sounds like a Florida man story.
Yeah, right?
Florida man.
Florida man. Pennsylvania man is a close second. In 2020, the feds say that he cast 3 ballots all told. Then in 2022, during the primary, he cast 2 in Philadelphia and Montgomery counties. So he faces up to 5 years behind bars and up to a $250,000 fine. So the FBI, the PA Attorney General's office, they led the investigation. I'm assuming Florida state officials had to have been involved.
Yes.
Although I see that the Florida stations are all covering this. But the question is, as they look through this, are they looking for anybody else?
Right. Is this a ring, a scheme, an operation? That's got to be one of your top 2 or 3 questions you ask. Who else is complicit in this? Or is this guy just a rogue dude with a weird agenda, or just maybe a total goofball? Who knows?
Well, or while they're looking through the voter rolls, are they looking for others who might be registered both in Philadelphia and Monco, or Philadelphia and Bucks?
Yeah, if we're going to pull up the voter rolls, we might as well purge all these people that are dead anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe there'll be a positive at the end of the tunnel.
So we got that going on. Just to update you on, we talked a lot about the Elon Musk declaring that there was some kind of a hack or a cyber attack on his platform, delaying that Trump-Elon Musk interview. But is Iran complicit here? Because we've heard, we have been watching the boiling tensions, as we talked about that yesterday morning. So Israel and the U.S. reportedly, they are preparing for this potential attack by Iran on Israel as efforts to secure that ceasefire in Gaza intensify. And that's ahead of the expected resumption of the formal negotiations that are expected to be happening this week. So a major attack against Israel obviously would risk disrupting any negotiations that U.S. officials have said are at an advanced stage. And that was prior to that assassination of Hamas's political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, who we've talked a lot about.
Yep.
It happened in Tehran, right on Iranian soil. And I'll point out, this guy, a billionaire. They call him a political leader of Hamas, but that's a terrorist organization.
Yeah. Elon Musk was asked last night if this was an intentional hack from a foreign adversary, and this was his response.
Go yourself.
Exactly.
So the White House saying yesterday it shares Israel's concerns and expectations about the attack from Iran in the coming days, pointing to the increased American force that we detailed all of that yesterday, as far as speeding up American forces in that region as the preparation for, quote, an Iranian reprisal. So it's basically, they're saying, wait for it. It's going to happen. It's imminent.
Yeah. Yep, no doubt about it.
So we've got that going on. So I'll conclude it with that one because we have too much going on. I want to get to the forecast. American Heritage Credit Union buying a home. We have a lot of consumer news coming out this week, by the way, and how your buck is not going as far as it should be. That's why places like American Heritage Credit Union, a nonprofit, are very popular right now. Buying a home with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union, you can unlock these exclusive cash rewards, benefits, as well as discounts. So you can learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. This is insured by NCUA. If you're not a member, you can join today. NMLS 433838, American Heritage Credit Union. As we look forward to today's forecast, nice, 82 degrees, a beautiful week in store for us. We are looking in the 80s. Phils start the new series with the Marlins after not doing so well with the D-backs in Arizona, but looking forward to the Marlins as well as then the Nationals, 6:40 p.m. tonight. It's going to be a beautiful evening for our Phillies to come home and be welcome home. And actually, our forecast is sponsored by Budget Blinds, something that Greg and the Stocker family love as well, because summer's a great time. Brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your home one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get a free in-home consultation, the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. You're going to hear from Trump and Elon in the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. In just about 7 minutes or so, we will get to this taxing and tip stuff with both parties, as well as the Trump campaign Virginia headquarters burglarized. But just to wrap from what we've been discussing for the bulk of the show so far this morning, the Spaces broadcast last night from X with Elon and Donald Trump. I just posted this on Twitter, and you can see it, but I want to just read you some of these headlines. This is why I was in my feelings last night, because I knew the mainstream media would do exactly what I have illustrated on social media. USA Today, Reuters, LA Times, MSNBC, Washington Post, Variety, Politico, CNN, New York Times, and others. Here are some of the headlines. If it doesn't go off well, the left and the mainstream are going to try to smear it. USA Today with the headline, Trump rambles, slurs his way through Elon Musk interview. It was an unmitigated disaster. Reuters, rambling Trump and Musk interview marred by tech issues. The LA Times, after a glitchy start, Trump encounters a sympathetic interviewer in Elon Musk. On down the list, including CNN. Musk tries to help Trump halt the Harris surge. Elon Musk throws a Trump rally. Trump repeats same talking points during Musk interview, but the former president's lisp steals the show. This is exactly what I said they would do when I was saying last night on Twitter that the mainstream media is going to go after them and try to smear it if it doesn't go off without an issue or a hiccup. And because we had a 45-minute delay of tech issues, whether it was X crashing, whether it was an attempted hijack and a cyber attack with sinister intentions, this is what these hack outlets will do. And that's exactly what they did. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, taxing and tipping. Speaking of media hypocrisy, where do you see these details? It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. Now, if you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Take care of your teeth. So important. You got to have a great smile. You got to look your best. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike. So if you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to GetCash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to GetCash.com. That's GetCash.com. GetCash.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at MarvinECans.com. That's MarvinECanze.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:22. As we continue Tuesday morning, as Don Stensland would say, there's so much breaking and developing. And if you recall in the big take this morning pertaining to the X Spaces broadcast between Donald Trump and Elon Musk last night, I said it'll be very interesting to see if the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz administration campaign starts to panic. And how do you know that they're panicking? Well, I don't know if it's panicking, but if they acknowledge what occurred last night, and surprise, surprise, they have. I've got two social media posts from the Harris official headquarters in regards to Trump and Elon last night, and I think these are worth sharing with the audience. And then we'll get to the tips stuff coming up shortly. That's TIPS for those that might have earwax building up. So here's a statement on Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk, courtesy of Kamala HQ. Donald Trump's extremism and dangerous Project 2025 agenda is a feature, not a glitch, of his campaign, which was on full display for those unlucky enough to listen in tonight during whatever that was on X.com. Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024. Kind of interesting because I feel like the middle class has been decimated under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But, Kamala, Timmy, you do you. And then they also posted this one. Right now, Elon Musk is interviewing Donald Trump live on Twitter. No, we're not calling it X. It's not enough that Musk has pledged to donate millions of dollars to help reelect Trump. He's using his purchased platform, one of the largest social media sites in the world, to spread Trump's unhinged and hateful agenda to millions of users. If that's all you need to hear, chip in $25 now to help Kamala and Tim have the resources to respond to their lies. Otherwise, let us remind you why this is a big deal. The richest person in the world is a lackey for Team MAGA. Musk already ruined Twitter by allowing hate speech and disinformation to flood the platform. Now, Musk is using his vast fortune and broad reach to try to control our democracy. Also very interesting that, again, they're talking about somebody trying to upend and subvert democracy as they just kicked the guy to the side who got 95% of the vote in a primary and installed a lady that nobody to this day has ever casted a vote for. Dawn Stenson, do you think they're worried right now? Because they've been riding the honeymoon. And yes, I've given you my thoughts on the glitches in the first 45 minutes. But do you think that they're a little bent out of shape, that maybe Trump and Elon have stolen the headlines for the next 48 hours before that DNC goes off next week?
No, I think overall they're worried. Look, if I'm a Democrat strategist right now, I know that Trump was correct in what he said yesterday to Elon, which is, people are concerned about this economy. You cannot get around it, and it permeates each and every one of us. So for me personally, I've never said those words that nobody ever cast a vote for Kamala Harris, because at this point it's a moot point. Like, the convention's next week, she's officially going to get whatever, and this is their person. Okay, boom, there it is. So she's the person. Walz is her Veep. Let's rumble. Let's go. Right?
I'm ready.
And so it's all about the economy. So how do they deal with that? I know that Trump, has talked about his platform. The RNC GOP, they released their platform well ahead of their convention that happened in Milwaukee. It was pretty basic. It's all about, number one, secure the border. Number two, fix the economy. I mean, it's really simplistic, and I think that's important because that's what people want to hear. Mm-hmm. For Kamala Harris and for the Democrats, I think their focus right now is making sure that they have a fantastic convention and that they get their message out and that they get the policy in line. And then they have to deal with Kamala Harris in particular, because she just ran for president not so long ago.
I know.
So all those clips that we all know exist, where she very emphatically says, hey, if somebody comes into this country, yes, you should get free health care. I'm paraphrasing, but so to me, part of the reason that she wouldn't have a conversation with Elon Musk, part of the reason I feel she is hesitant and goes into those strange sort of explanations to avoid talking about policy, I actually think that she is a smart person who knows the policy that she believes in, but she has been made keenly aware of the fact that the policy she supports,
and she was adamant about supporting those.
Yes.
Hard to walk that back.
left.
Right.
that how do they now walk it to the middle?
Mm-hmm.
How do they say in a little over 3.5 years, this individual who said such and such, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's so far left that she didn't get the nod from her own party, now suddenly is saying something very different.
Mm-hmm.
How do they move her to the middle?
Yep.
That's really, I think, how do they get there and how do they explain that to the American people?
It would not only be a 360-degree reversal here, it's also the plagiarizing and the stealing of ideas, which leads us to the economy, which leads us to Kamala Harris and the Harris-Walz administration, and as well as still living here in the final few months of the Biden-Harris administration. This is K1. I want you guys to listen and watch this. This was Karine Jean-Pierre talking about no tax on tips. Take a listen and watch this.
Thanks, Karine. Over the weekend, Vice President said she followed former President Donald Trump in saying she would support a proposal that would not tax tipped wages. If similar bill made its way to the President of the United States, President Biden, would he sign that? Is that something he's embraced before?
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is something that the President supports. He supports eliminating taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
So that's kind of the nutshell of what was said yesterday with the binder at the podium. Now I want you, and by the way, we're going to go back to the receipts of the Biden-Harris administration on what their plan was when it comes to taxes and tips for those in the service industry, because we have the receipts from February of 2023. But Phil, if you could throw this graphic up on YouTube, I want to show you how CBS News has portrayed and covered the topic of taxation of tips. If you're watching on YouTube right now, you'll see on the left, if not, I'll read it for you for our radio audience and our Odyssey app audience. On the left, CBS News, this was the headline when Donald Trump decided not to tax tips. Former President Donald Trump vows to stop taxing tips, which would cost the federal government up to $250 billion over 10 years. According to a nonpartisan watchdog group. So Trump has this great idea. Oh, but here's the bugaboo. It's going to cost a lot of money. Now, the same idea stolen by Kamala Harris, plagiarized from Trump under the same media outlet, CBS News. Here's the headline. Vice President Kamala Harris is rolling out a new policy position saying she'll fight to end taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. Dawn always talks about media bias by omission. Those are the same topics from the same platform on the same outlet. And you notice the slant, what it's going to cost the federal government with Trump's idea versus Kamala's idea.
Well, I agree with you. Like this, they completely frame this two completely different ways. However, the first tweet that they said when Trump first proposed this is the correct tweet. Because everybody, both administrations now are talking about doing this.
Yep.
So what will it actually mean for the federal government? Mm-hmm. What will actually mean for our pocketbooks? How much will it cost? Like, do you know what this is going to do to the budget deficit?
Oh, it's going to shoot it up even further.
So, well, everybody's saying, yeah, this is the way to go. This is the way to go. I don't, I don't care one way or another. But
yeah, because we're not in the service industry.
If you're worried about the deficit, then this is gonna balloon that up. I'm just telling you.
But if you look at it from the flip, if you are a service industry worker, right?
Well, yeah.
Uber, a waitress, a bartender, a caddy at a golf course, a hotel casino worker. Honestly, you live and die on your tips, and maybe some people actually care about the deficit. My guess is most people in the service industry are worried about their bottom line today. They're not concerned about the deficit of the American country.
I was going to play this in 15 minutes, but let me play this now. This is CNBC's Steve Leisman on the tax-free tip proposal.
Okay.
This is what he said about that yesterday. This is cut 2, Phil. If you want to pull up cut 2, go.
And Steve, I'm going to ask you to put your CNBC hat on. Both Harris and Trump have come out for ending taxes on tips. From a policy perspective, though, can you tell us what that would mean and what impacts it would have on the government's bottom line?
Well, think about maybe a physicist who gets to witness the birth of a star.
as an economics reporter, I'm witnessing, the birth of another part of the budget deficit. That's one way to think about it. This is how this happens. The polls on the campaign trail end up making promises, and that ends up having, if it becomes law, obviously, profound effects, perhaps it's $150 to $200 billion I've seen over a 10-year period on the budget deficit. Other distortions happen because of it. You treat like jobs in different ways from a taxation point of view. It is not a beloved proposal by economists. However, it seems to be perhaps beloved by politicians.
And perhaps beloved by those who will be voting in Nevada, which, as we know, is a swing state, which both sides are, pandering to, because, let's face it, Las Vegas thrives on the service industry. But the thing that's so frustrating about this, beyond the great economic explanation that you got there, is you have Trump coming up with the idea, Kamala plagiarizing it, but this is a year and a half removed from February 7th of 2023. Biden's IRS plans to crack down on waiters' tips. The Internal Revenue Service, this is February 7th, 2023. The Internal Revenue Service proposed a revenue procedure this week to crack down on the service industry's reporting of tips. The SITCA, SITCA, which is the Service Industry Tip Compliance Agreement Program, would be a voluntary tip reporting system in which the IRS and service industry companies cooperate. According to this announcement, as part of the proposal, the IRS will give the public until early May to provide feedback on the program before they decide to implement it. Quote, those 87,000 new IRS agents that you were promised would only target the rich, tweeted one federal affairs manager at Americans for Tax Reform. But now they are coming, quote, after waitresses, tips now. Dawn, didn't you put yourself through journalism school as a waitress?
I did.
Wouldn't this tick you off if you were a young 22-year-old in college trying to get by, and all of a sudden the IRS wants to come after whether or not you're claiming $80 in tips or $65? That would tick me off. I've never worked in the service industry, though.
It's why you always should tip in cash, because if you tip in cash, it's just your little gift among friends.
Mm-hmm.
And they still will take all your the way it works, they take all your receipts for everything from all your customers, from you as a server.
Mm-hmm.
And then they take all of those and they still tax you on a certain percentage based on what state you live in or whatever the rule is nowadays. So let's say it's 6% or 8%. And so with servers, that's why they really survive off of when you tip and tax, because there are some people who will stiff you and not give anything. To me, as far as this Kamala Harris issue, what I don't hear a lot of people saying, I thought it was a brilliant move. I think for her to go to Vegas and steal that, she gets under her opponents. If you look at it from her standpoint, the Democrat standpoint, she gets under Trump's skin.
Yep.
She gets under the Trump campaign skin.
Yep.
But, there were people rewriting the headline to Kamala Harris's tax proposal. And that really infuriates. So now you get in the head of your opponent, you steal their thunder, but what a great idea.
And I haven't heard anybody say that, but it's a great counterpoint by you. And to your point, just to expound upon it a little further, for those that don't live and breathe this stuff, for those that don't listen to what Donald Trump has to say, and the moment they see or hear something of him, they turn him off, they might not have any idea that this was his idea first. So they could be coming across and see it on Yahoo or whatever site they get their news from and see, oh, Kamala Harris is for not taxing tips in the service industry. I love Kamala. All right, sign me up. Oblivious to the fact that it was Trump's idea first.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter whose idea, who had it first. The Harris campaign can claim, oh, we've been thinking about doing this all along, which is what I would do. I would double down on it. Go, oh no, we've been talking about it for a while, and this is, and we're gonna expound more on it. That's what I would do.
The fact of the matter is that you can say what you want both campaigns. This is an empty campain promise.
Never will be delivered.
Never will be delivered.
Well, that's what. Well, what Trump claims, what he claims, is that it's empty for her, that she'll never be able to deliver on it. So what his campaign needs to do now, right? To your point, Greg, is he needs to double down and give a very look. I've got my top economists here.
Yes.
Here are the
Specifics.
details.
Yep.
The details matter, and this is Trump's detailed game plan. But he should wait until they debate. Wait until don't release that.
Agreed. Yep.
Because he can say, well, what? Please, I'll give you 30 seconds of my time. Give me your details on how you're going to do that.
What a Trump card that would be, wouldn't it?
Boom.
Like if
No
he came
pun
out
intended.
and they both. Because if you're the moderator, you're like, okay, you've both said this. How are you going to implement it? We know it's not going to happen. And then then she's like, well, we do this and we do this, and under my administration we do this. And he comes out with an economic advisor and is like, here's the exact plan.
Here's how I can do this.
Actually explains a policy, something she has yet to do 24 days into her campaign.
Because to Greg's point, a lot of people are saying neither one of them is president. How can you really? Come on, how can you do this?
No.
So if he has that plan and that blueprint, then that's great for the debate.
I would like to write a book on all the empty campaign promises that have been made over the years by both administrations and see what world we could have had.
I will say with Trump, he is like when he is giving a campaign promise like something like that. We saw him last time around. He's like a dog on a bone.
Yeah.
So if here's the thing that I know about him. If he's saying this about Social Security and he's saying this about tips, he will come hell or high water. He will say this every single day, every single time he speaks out, because you have to involve Congress, right? You have to make the law.
Right.
So he will shame them. He will lobby them until he gets this done.
855-839-1210. Let's squeeze in a call before we get to the cut sheet. We're going to head down to Ocean City, New Jersey, and say good morning to Bill. Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning. I recall that I think Kamala Harris just endorsed Donald Trump for president. Oscar Wilde said that imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Mm-hmm.
So by taking over his idea of no taxes on tips, he's endorsed him.
Yeah, when you steal somebody's ideas or pivot away from one radical policy and try to implement something that resembles your predecessor and your rival, it really is the best political message that Trump can portray to the masses. I mean, every time, I shouldn't say every time, but a lot of times, the Democrats are doing the best campaign ads for the Republicans. Now, what the Republicans decide to do with that, because we know they're god-awful at messaging, is a total different story for a different day. But you're right. I mean, when you are sitting here saying this guy's the devil, but you know what? The devil's got some pretty good ideas. That's a tip to the campaign of Donald Trump for sure.
That's right.
All right, Bill. There he is. Bill in Ocean City, New Jersey.
T. Russ on the YouTube chat says he needs, meaning Trump, he needs to double down on policies. Stop the rambling and name calling. People are tired of that. I'll go even further and say his campaign people need to be replaced. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know. With 83 days to go, you change your campaign people, but you just got.
Oh, he did it. Think about how many people he fired until he got to Kellyanne Conway in 2016.
Yeah, bring her back. What is she doing? Where's she at? On Fox doing 2-3 hits a week?
Well, no, she's an advisor now for somebody or something, right?
Should be for Trump, because I think she's very bright.
But that being said, last night on Spaces, when you got past all the glitches, they talked economy, they talked policies.
Oh yeah.
So, for the people that are on Twitter that heard it, you know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like too with this Spaces thing is that you're already you're talking to the people that are already voting for you.
Yep.
And media people and tech nerds.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like that's really who sat there last night and listened.
Yeah, that was one of my concerns, and that's kind of why, him being back, and we haven't even really talked about this, and we'll do it after the cut sheet. Just him being back on X is a step in the right direction, just posting again, but he's got to get on the other platforms as well.
Agreed.
Because remember, the lefties, they all left X, or not all of them, but most of them did when Elon purchased it, and they go, oh, look at all this hate speech. Go into their backyard. Zuckerberg is letting you back on Facebook. Facebook is significantly bigger than X. Those are the people you need to talk to.
Just a quick update. Just within the past 12 hours or so, speculation that Kellyanne Conway could again take on a prominent role in Trump's campaign has been growing. Reportedly, the former president's family members are pushing for Kellyanne's return, something that the campaign right now is denying. But sounds like the family agrees with what you just said.
Just make her your vice president already.
By the way, MGM guy says Kellyanne is a traitor. What did she do to piss off MAGA?
I think he's thinking of Ann Coulter.
Oh, come on.
Kellyanne, a traitor?
Is he mixing up?
Yeah, he might be having
diet pills, diet pills and Chardonnay and Coulter.
Yeah.
By the way,
Conway?
she has made the cut sheet today.
I saw that she was number 1 on your email.
That doesn't mean I'm going to play her.
I know. I saw that.
That's just the order I go sometimes. She is. Wait. Hang on. She does say she's voting for Trump. She does say she's voting for Trump. So
Ann Coulter?
Taking a little the surprise element out of the cut sheet, which
she's still dead to me.
We're definitely not going to hit at 7:45.
We're not. That's a bad job out of me. All right, we'll get to the cut sheet on the other side. Kayal and Company as we continue live here on this Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, what a day yesterday was. Little golf outing at Bluestone Country Club.
How'd you do?
Woo!
I actually played well.
You didn't even talk about this yet.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of content to get to. I'm not going to make it about me. But the Piazza Auto Group was out there, played with their chief legal counsel and a few of their general sales managers for Jaguar and Infinity.
What'd you shoot?
It was a scramble. So we didn't come close to winning. We were like 2 under par.
Shooting the bull.
Yeah, we were shooting the bull, and I was shooting back Bud Lights.
Did you at least beat Merrill Reese and Mike Quick?
I don't know. I saw Howard. I saw a few others. Their ball was all over the lot. But it was a great conversation when we weren't talking golf, politics, or football. We were actually talking about some of the dealerships and some of the brands. And I can tell you with Piazza Acura of Westchester, I've always thought it's kind of right in that sweet spot, right? Maybe you can't afford a Mercedes, a Jaguar, or a Range Rover, but you want something maybe a step or two above price tag-wise over a Honda or a Nissan. Acura's that sweet spot, and the sweet spot is in Westchester. And we're talking about one specific model. It's the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. It's the 2024 Integra. I was an Acura owner for over 10 years. The new Integra, by far the most striking Acura that I've ever seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Don't take my word for it, though. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them that Nick sent you.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all send our children to school to get educated, so when they finally graduate, they're more prepared to handle what life can deal them. We encourage you to get financially educated about the safe alternatives outside of Wall Street for your future retirement. This week's expert report highlights the importance of receiving such a financial education. A recent retirement literacy survey found an educational disconnect between investors who have an advisor and those that do not. The survey asked 3 questions about safe alternatives outside of Wall Street's risky business. Less than 1% of the respondents answered all 3 questions correctly. More than 75% answered all 3 questions incorrectly. The surveyors also found over 50% of participants were less comfortable assuming risk in their portfolio during retirement years, but only 19% were interested in guaranteed income throughout their retirement. Researchers concluded that the majority of those surveyed were not properly educated by their advisor or their firms, and wrongfully believed that the relationship between guaranteed income and reduced risk were mutually exclusive. It's never too late to receive your financial education. And by meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert, investors can access an exclusive proprietary financial study guide and learn how to protect your retirement savings with safe alternatives outside of Wall Street's risky business.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 7:51. Kayal and Company live on a very, very busy Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Don't forget, get those voicemails in. Odyssey app, tap that microphone, spout off, say whatever you want to say. Odds are it'll come in more clear than a Spaces broadcast on X. Speaking of that, let's get to all of the commentary, all the talking heads, and some of the content from Spaces last night. Time for a Tuesday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrids. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I will get to all the Trump-Elon Spaces stuff, but I want to start with cut 10, Phil. I'm going to ask Dawn. I'm going to go around the room here. I'm going to ask Dawn Stensland, Nick Kayal.
Oh, I love when we do this.
Are you guys a Home Depot or Lowe's household? Nick Kayal, I'll start with you.
Well, I can't assemble stuff from either store, and I'm like a fish out of water in both settings. But historically, I do believe we've gone to Lowe's more, just mainly out of convenience and location.
Okay, so the Kayal family is a Lowe's family. Hey, Dawn Stensland.
I buy it, and then my wife assembles it.
And Dawn Stensland, because we know that happens in your house too, Dawn Stensland. Are you guys a Home Depot or Lowe's family?
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I go both ways, and in fact, I'm a Hollids. I love Hollids hardware. They're True Values, so I really go where I have coupons and sales.
Mm-hmm. Coupon Clipper Dawn.
Yeah, and memberships and all of that. But I do love, I love Hollids too on Ridge Ave.
Yep.
So, which is a True Value. So I go to all. I genuinely go to all of them.
I would, honest to God, I would go to like a mom and pop store if any of them existed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
In my where I live around me, there's just not. The big box stores have killed everything.
I think the Ace Hardware stores are owned and operated independently by small business owners.
Yeah.
I think, but that's in the weeds.
Yeah, MGM guy says Tractor Supply. Tractor Supply is a great spot too. But there's not one by me. I think there's one in. Is there one in Warrington? I'm not
Buck
sure.
County? Yeah, there might be.
It's somewhere up. It's somewhere up there. I believe there's one up there. But it's just there's not one super close to me. Anyway, the reason I'm asking. This is cut 10, Phil. Is this gentleman went around to a Lowe's in some town and basically just asked everybody he saw, Trump or Kamala.
This is true polling.
True polling. Went into a Lowe's, asked everybody he saw, Trump or Kamala.
I might do this myself.
What were the results? You might want to know. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
Trump or Kamala? Trump. Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala? Who? Trump or Kamala?
Oh. Not Kamala.
Excuse me, sir? Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Huh?
Trump or Kamala?
Oh, Trump for sure. Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
How about if you stop doing that, please?
Definitely a Kamala guy.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
Not a single person said Kamala yet. Trump or Kamala?
It's Kamala.
What are you talking about?
For president, Trump or Kamala?
Kamala.
Uh-oh.
You were the first person to say Kamala.
Right.
I don't really like her.
Well, I don't care.
What would you say to
Trump? Belongs in jail.
What would you say to Trump if he was here right now?
I would shoot him.
Oh, cool.
Oh my gosh.
Hey guys. Trump.
Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
So, by the way, the only person that said Kamala was a worker at Lowe's.
Yeah, that looks like James Carville.
And he said he would shoot him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And if you were watching on video there, you had white, you had black, you had Hispanic, you had male, you had female, you had young, you had old, you had middle-aged. They were all Trump except for old white guy working part-time in the back. He's like, yeah, he belongs in a prison, and I'd shoot him.
Wow.
Jeez.
Very angry.
That's a poll that MAGA Nation wants to hear. That's the kind of polls we should only share on this show. Never show a poll if Kamala's up 2 in a swing state.
But think about the people who are at, Home Depot or Lowe's, as far as, you mentioned the one worker said something, but most people who go there, either you're there, like I am, for DIY, because it's a DIY Bidenomics economy.
Now, what is DIY? Is that the opposite of DEI?
Do it yourself.
Oh,
DIY, do it yourself.
You've never heard of DIY?
Well, he was just thinking DEI. He was just focused on
trying to do a little play on words.
I'm sorry.
And so, yeah.
Down your throat,
and so, or you're somebody who you have the commercial license and you get the commercial discounts because you actually are the the person that people either you're a contractor or a subcontractor.
You're a small business guy.
And if you're that small business guy, this economy is crushing you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know how any small business owner can move forward with this administration. I tell my mother-in-law that all the time. I'm like, you're good with that? And she goes, yep. I'm like, okay.
I'm getting some of the other stuff that we haven't gotten to over the last couple of days out of the way first before I get into the Elon Trump stuff. Red Sox player Jarren Duran was suspended for 2 games. Did you see this?
I saw this for a slur, right?
So he was up to bat. We'll play it, but obviously we have to beep it out, so it's going to be hard to hear. He was up at bat, and you can hear somebody heckling him saying, "Tennis racket, tennis racket, tennis racket. You need a tennis racket." And then Duran responded to him by saying, "Shut up, you effing F word for gay people."
Gotcha. Dawn, do not say it out loud.
Here's the video and audio of how it went down. This is cut 8. Phil, go. So,
by the way, can I just make a suggestion moving forward on the show?
Yeah.
I know we do it. I don't know what the reason is, but I know Phil likes to do the silence. I don't like the silence. I want the bleep.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The bleep gives better impact.
If
you're on board with it, executive order, Phil, no more silencing. I want the beep.
There's a technical reason why he has to do it.
Oh, okay.
So it's not his fault.
Okay.
It's not his fault. It is up to me. He does it for me.
Okay.
It is up to me then to add in the beep.
Okay.
So
all right.
It is my fault.
I like
him.
the beep better just because I
agree with
maybe
you.
the audience just doesn't get the drift of what was being said. Now, yes, you cannot use that word in that setting to somebody else. Like in this consequence culture that we live in, that word doesn't bother me. But everybody's offended by everything under the sun. So he probably has to be. But you know what? The way people act now, that tennis racket, that's typical traditional sports banter between a paid person has the right to say what they want. So it's nothing like it was a personal attack at the player's wife or mom. I remember a few years ago, that same word was uttered by Justin Thomas on a PGA Tour event. And he was calling himself the word for missing a short putt.
I remember it too.
And he was sponsored by Ralph Lauren, who did his polos. And I don't know if Ralph Lauren is gay or bisexual, but either way, he was offended. That company was ticked off, and they dropped him as a sponsor. And I thought that was a bit absurd. But in that setting right there, I think it's a bad look for that player.
So Ralph Lauren, by the way, is he's straight.
Oh, is he? Mm-hmm. Okay, so he just didn't want to deal with the blowback, and that's why he probably canceled his sponsorship of Thomas.
Look,
but that's the private marketplace, the way it works. If a sponsor wants to drop you, and unless the only thing I don't like is when, remember, Media Matters, especially. I mean, they've been criticized for intimidating people, and intimidating, especially mom and pop places for sponsoring, for example, us here.
Yeah,
that's not right to intimidate somebody. I don't think Ralph Lauren, I don't think he was intimidated. I think that he just, as a designer, said, I don't like that.
Right.
So Jarren Duran was suspended for 2 games. He apologized. He says, quote, "I feel awful knowing how many people I offended and disappointed. I apologize to the entire Red Sox organization, but more importantly, to the entire LGBTQ community. Our young fans are supposed to be able to look up to me as a role model, but tonight I fell far short of that responsibility." Let me just say this, that I am not advocating using that word. However, let me just say this. We have come to a place now where it is like, I hate to let the cat out of the bag, but like sometimes when guys insult each other, we say stupid things.
I've used that word with my buddies on the golf course a lot.
And it's not, you don't mean any harm by it. It is, it's a way to, and
words are weapons.
Again,
words are dangerous.
I'm not defending what he said at all. And there should be a consequence for what he did.
You got to know you're mic'd up too.
But it's just like, can we just calm down?
Yeah.
For
he's
a
lucky
few minutes?
he's lucky this didn't happen in June during Pride Month. The Red Sox would have traded him by now. He'd have been designated for assignment.
But it's just like, I believe, to be honest with you, if it was any other word, minus the N word.
Yeah.
But if it was any other word,
if he would have fired back with the B word,
he would have survived.
Yeah, if he was like, "Shut up, B word,"
yeah,
like, and nobody would have cared.
And the guy was heckling him. You know what I mean? Like that.
But that's you know what? That's he's a paying consumer, and B, the guy heckling him doesn't say, "Get a tennis racket." I mean, that's like a G-rated or PG insult.
Yeah.
It's not like he was, baiting him on his mom or his wife or his kids.
It would have been better if he called on the T.
I agree, Dawn.
The twit word.
Correct, yes.
Call him that.
We need to make that T word great again, Dawn.
Yeah.
And you did a great job of illustrating that yesterday.
I just say, see, here's the thing. Like, if you have that body part, I think you ought to be able to say it.
I agree.
Think that should be the FCC little asterisk.
Yeah, when we get $100,000 fine, Dawn, I'll look at you and say, "Are you going to pay this because you have that body part?"
Yeah.
For those of you who missed yesterday's show,
As Slim Shady once said, the FCC won't let Dawn be. They tried to shut her down on PHT. It's just a shame.
Anyway, it's fine what happened to that guy, but it's just like we need to get over words.
Oh,
You know
I
what
agree.
mean? Like,
It is a slur. He said it on a mic.
It is.
He works for a corporation.
How many times do you hear rappers and stuff use the N-word though? And
It's always a great counterpoint.
They say, well, we use it to take it back from the white people or whatever is their reasoning. So like you can't have it both ways. Like you can't support that
if you're
and then be
using-
offended by that word.
If you're using the F word slur that we're talking about here in a song, and I know they don't, do CDs anymore, but you're paid by a record label, and they put that content out on Spotify or however you get your music today.
Yep.
How is that any different, right? It seems like a double standard.
Yeah.
So we can sing about it, but you can't. So is it parody versus reality? What is it?
It's funny, too, because, going back to Neil Young taking his music off Spotify because of Joe Rogan, all the crap that's on Spotify with people in lyrics degrading women, calling them B words and S words and everything else.
C word.
And using the N word. That is all fine.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe Rogan, because he questioned vaccines, was one step over the line. It's total hypocrisy.
I agree.
Stuff
Drives me insane.
We either need to be offended by all of it or none of it.
Mm-hmm.
Words are like weapons; they wound sometimes.
Quote the Raven. Never
one more, and then I promise you we'll get to the Elon Musk stuff. NBA star LeBron James is under fire for snapping at a young fan who asked for a picture after winning gold at the Olympics. James, and again, this is more visual, so if you're watching right now on YouTube, by the way, everybody watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Everybody watching, every single person watching, hit the like button so we can get in people's algorithms and more people see this. And hit the subscribe button, too, if you have not done so. James was seen telling the kid stop before he pulled off a dance move while entering the venue. Stop, 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 he said to the kid. James was celebrating after Team USA's 98-87 victory over France. This is the audio and video. This is cut 9. Phil, go. You see his bodyguard people, and then here he is.
Make space, guys, for King. Make space.
And they just push this kid out of the way.
Congratulations.
Go back to that because I saw this floating around Sunday night.
Replay it, Phil.
Yeah, if we can replay it.
Yep.
And a lot of the Republican social media grifters, because LeBron's a liberal, were saying this was making a big stink. And I saw this pass by my. He just puts his hand up. He's like, back up, back up. I think this is a nothing burger.
Oh, no, dude.
See,
dude.
Now, here's the thing. Could he have given the guy 8 seconds to sign whatever that he was probably asking for? Yes.
He's a kid, man.
But the way it was now, see there, he's dancing like a total asshat. This is even when you try to say it's not a big deal for LeBron, then he has to do. You know what that little dance right there was? That was so McNabbian. That was such Donovan McNabb. Remember when Donovan did the air guitar before the Cowboy game, acting like he was all cool and relaxed, and then he got beat 34-7 because his anxiety and his nerves were off the charts. LeBron is such a McNabb type fraud, except he's a greater player.
Yep.
I honestly, I think that's a nothing burger.
No, I disagree with you. I think you're in the spotlight like this. You have the stature of a LeBron James. It is your job to stand out there and greet all your fans. I'm telling you, you might not want to do it, but like that's the price you pay for making $1 billion.
No, I get your argument, and
especially
your
not a kid. If it's some old dude, like it's me, like if it's me up there, it's fine. You can push me out of the way.
Yeah. By the way, if you're an adult and you ask for autographs, that's a violation.
Yeah. Dawn, as somebody who probably hates LeBron James but also loves
I don't
kids.
don't hate LeBron James.
Your boys love him, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing: nobody's saying is what's the ethnicity of that boy?
White.
Is this racist?
Dawn Stenson, look at you.
Because if that were a little African American boy,
Yep.
would he have been so? I mean, it's the body language.
Yeah.
Like, hey, white boy, you better back up from me. Are you being a racist? Because trust me, there are many people who would say if he were a major, wealthy white celebrity to an African American child, would they say, oh, well, look at that, racist. So we have to be fair and equitable.
I don't like LeBron James, and it literally has nothing to do with his politics. I could care less about anybody's politics. I like people for people, and I don't like people. I don't like most people, actually, regardless of their D's or R's. I don't care. But there's something very arrogant and a-hole-ish about him.
He's a phony.
And I just that rubs me the wrong way because like you see all these, like, to his credit, Michael Jordan would never have done that. Uh-oh. By the way, Salt Queen on YouTube says Nick with a terrible take again.
Yeah, well, they're authentic. They might be bad, they might be wrong, but they're authentic.
Yeah. By the way, let me say this again. Whereas Twitter and everything lies to you, we will never, ever lie to you on this radio station.
Yeah.
Robert says LeBron has always been an arrogant creep.
No doubt about it.
Let me say that again. We will never lie to you on this radio station. Yeah. You may not always like our takes, but we're not going to lie to you.
But social media made it seem like the way he dismissed that kid on Sunday night was like Tim Scott. He roared! He was just like, no.
No, he goes, stop. Yeah, it's a kid. It's a kid.
He's a little
sign the
and here's his
autograph.
idol. And
sign the autograph.
And he's just nasty too. He's like, and why don't you just ignore him?
Yeah.
Right? Why don't you
that's
just
what I do to
ignore the kid?
all of my fans at the grocery store.
I thought you were going to say your kids.
I mean, I get autograph requests in aisle 3 as I'm grabbing some bread, and I just keep going.
You would not. No. If a kid came up to Nick Kayal, you'd be like high-fiving him, right?
This one, courtesy of Tenet Media. I don't know. I've never heard of it. A reporter asked two people in what looks like a mall why they're voting for Kamala Harris. And the one woman says she doesn't want to be some man's object.
What?
Well, I mean, if you look at the girl, I'm just saying she might not be
desired by anybody. I mean, I haven't seen this. I'm just assuming she's not great looking.
I didn't say that. This is kind of
so. In other words, you don't want to be anybody's object because you've never been that.
You're a strong, independent woman.
But you've never been that because you don't know what that is to be glorified and worshipped.
Cut 11, Phil. Cut 11, Phil. You can always count on Dawn to take it one step over.
I love it.
Cut 11, Phil. Go.
Why are y'all voting for Kamala Harris?
It's ridiculous how anymore it's really hard for people like us, like queer people and just anyone else in that general
space
umbrella. General umbrella. It's just really hard for us to get rights, and with how the Republicans are handling everything, it's just putting more and more stress on us, like basically taking away everything we have. And it's just important that we feel safe just even living here.
Right.
Because everyone's been wanting to leave the country.
Yeah.
And this is the only chance we have to properly
flee to Gaza.
fix everything.
Yeah.
What about you?
I would definitely say that I want to keep my rights. I really do. As a queer individual and someone who's physically disabled.
Of course.
And may not like.
Can I ask you? Wait.
Physically disabled.
Hang
She's
on.
standing.
I was just going to. Can I ask you why is she physically disabled?
Yeah. And what's up with the elbow sleeves that look like fishnet stockings?
We have a sick society as far as everybody is sick.
Let me just ask the pertinent question here. The follow-up should be, what rights have you lost?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to bring up Roe v. Wade and abortion, I got you, okay? I mean, that was 2 years ago. But other than that, did she say she was queer? I think
Yes.
she's in the queer. Okay.
Yes.
So what rights do you not have in the United States that somebody who is not queer has? Please explain that to me. What right?
We continue where she says that she doesn't want to become a man's
Hey, Greg,
object. Yes.
Why do they both have headsets?
Well, they're streaming Kayal and Company. They've got the Odyssey app fired up.
Are they both? Because I wonder if there's a little
Autism?
tism spectrum.
Autism?
I have a neighbor who calls it the tism, like it's not the full spectrum, but because sometimes kids, so maybe that's what's going on. I'm not sure.
It looks to me like it's a because you see a lot of kids these days. Listen to me, I sound like old man yelling at cloud. Yeah, a lot of kids these days have those big headphones. They're walking down the street.
Oh yeah, they don't want to be bothered by society.
And having it around their neck might be like a fashion thing.
Yeah, it's like wearing your mask on your chin.
Make sure.
Yeah,
you wear the COVID mask on your chin these days. Like
I just want to make
a football
sure.
helmet.
I don't understand what rights they said. Everybody's
right.
leaving the country.
Yeah, who's leaving? Sharon Stone? Who's left?
Yeah. By the way, Road Warrior,
we've got 20 million people coming in here illegally.
Road Warrior brings up a good point. The lace thing on her thing that's an 80s thing. That's like Madonna.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I thought she was a basketball player with tennis elbow.
Don't worry. 8:13. Nick's eating.
Yeah.
Are you eating?
Yeah.
All right. Let me finish this so you can finish your breakfast.
Go ahead.
Be able to do certain things, I feel like they probably wouldn't have accommodations for someone like me, especially given that I like women as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I want to keep access to my bank accounts.
Okay.
I would like to keep making money. I don't want to be some man's object.
You want to make money,
really
but you
don't.
vote D. Okay.
It's the whole thing with Project 2025 is
there
terrifying.
it is. Yeah, it's terrifying.
I read through some of it and it was just insane.
There you go.
It was insane. So she wants to have where are Republicans taking access to your bank account? You want to make money, you want to have rights. So you like women. Who's saying you can't like women?
Nobody.
In fact, there are some men out there that like the fact that women like women. Okay, I don't understand what she's talking about. What is she? Where does she get that from?
Man.
Oh my God. Yeah, I wake up every day stressed out. Yeah, you do. I got news for you. I don't think it has anything to do with one political party. There's something off inside your brain.
Yeah, I just these people.
But I mean, look, we can mock them, we can criticize them, we can give them the real facts and hit them with logic. Those right there are the people that are going to vote against Trump.
I just don't see any kids don't seem happy. You know what I mean? Like everybody's just so upset and annoyed and the world is going to end and this is going to happen. Like, I hate to say it, like you'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking rights away from you.
Isn't this where parenting matters though? Like, I was told at an early age, enjoy your youth because you're going to look back on it and wish you were still a kid.
Yeah,
and
nobody really does though.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
I don't wish I was a kid anymore, but I do remember my parents saying, you know what, life is difficult. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Life is tough. Things aren't fair. You got it's not about getting knocked down. It's about getting back up. It's about how you respond to adversity. These, you know what they are? They're either they had no parenting or they were coddled and pampered. And when they got hit in the face with reality as an adult, they were not prepared to deal with society.
Yeah.
They just weren't.
I just don't remember being miserable when I was when I was that age. I don't know.
I mean, I was at times.
I'm sure at times. Yeah, at times
right.
you're like, oh, I have this test tomorrow that I didn't study for.
Yeah.
Oh my God, am I going to find a job? Like, I get all that stuff. But they all walk around like it's just like they have the weight of the world on their shoulders. I'm sure I'm sure they've both been to therapy.
Oh yeah.
And some therapist is telling you, let me talk about your feelings. Let us know how you're feeling. And she's on some psychotropic drugs.
Well, my whole thing is
depression and all that nonsense.
All the talking points of we're under attack. Yeah. Who's attacking you?
I know. But this is what and it strikes girls more than boys in my experience, but at the same time I find with my kids I'm like, have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Like my parents never used to say that to us growing up, but I literally I say like, put your phone away, go party, have fun. Seriously.
Yeah. Hey, listen to Dawn. Wow.
That's me.
Yep.
But put your phone down.
Yeah.
And tell all the girls put their phone down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The social media
as you're scrolling through your social media, you're telling your kids that.
I'm doing it for work. Mm-hmm. But no, seriously, it strikes girls more than boys, and that's all the studies are saying this. But the social media and the infiltration of such is creating this, and we have to be smarter about it as a society.
Right.
Cut 13, Phil. Or no, I'm sorry. I just lied to you. Cut 3, Phil. Cut 3. Yesterday, we played a montage of how the media reacted to the announcement of Tim Walz's vice presidency versus the announcement of J.D. Vance. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
This week, today, we have a montage of the media promoting Kamala Harris' amazing momentum.
Okay.
Amazing momentum. Just remember that word. Amazing momentum.
Okay.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
Battleground momentum. New numbers showing the Harris-Walz ticket is gaining ground.
Vice President Harris gaining momentum.
Momentum in some key states.
This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris gaining momentum.
Gaining momentum. Gaining momentum.
Gaining momentum.
But look, this momentum, keeping the momentum.
Harris's momentum.
Harris's momentum.
You can't slow down the momentum.
This remarkable momentum.
Mission number 1 is create the momentum and then keep the momentum. What does momentum look like in the polls?
Kamala Harris is doing two things here. Number 1, momentum, and number 2, momentum. But take a look here. Clear momentum.
So momentum it is today.
Momentum it is.
Democrats ride a wave of momentum.
She does have that momentum. The Democrats are riding a wave of momentum, generating a kind of momentum.
The Harris team is going to want to keep this momentum.
Keep the momentum going.
They want to keep that momentum.
The momentum here is amazing. The crowds are literally insane.
This momentum, it just seems day in and day out to keep getting more powerful by the day.
The trend is heavily towards Harris, and it's rushing towards Harris in recent weeks. The vice president at this point throwing the equivalent of a no-hitter in the first 3 weeks of her campaign, hoping to keep that going with the Democratic convention next week.
Oh, my God. Momentum.
I really need to get on that email list. I'm dying to see what it looks like.
Today's, for those of you who are my age, remember Pee-wee's Playhouse on Saturday mornings.
Oh, yeah.
And they always had the word of the day, and whatever the word of the day was, everybody would scream. The media's word of the day was momentum.
Yeah. I've told you the story. I've worked with Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens. I worked with
right.
Pee Wee Herman's sister in Nashville in a law office. Yeah. Lesbian attorney. Kick-ass lawyer, by the way.
Cut 7 here, Phil. Thoughts and prayers. Anthony Fauci has gotten COVID for the 3rd time.
Oh!
So
maybe booster 12 will be the magic trick.
Well, listen to him explain this. Cut 7, Phil, go.
I got infected about 2 weeks ago. It was my 3rd infection, and I had been vaccinated and boosted a total of 6 times.
The vaccine will kill the virus dead on arrival. If you get vaccinated, the virus stops with you. It's like a wall. It's like a shield. Get your boosters. You putz. Isn't it amazing that the ones who have the most boosters and that have advocated the hardest for the most have the most COVID infections?
Yep.
How is that? Why is that?
By the way, COVID's going around this summer.
Oh, I've seen.
It's fine. Everybody's surviving. I haven't heard anybody, dying because of it.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's unbelievable.
Guy probably barely leaves his house unless he goes for a walk with his little security detail. He's probably got better security than Trump does in Butler. And I've been infected again. I'm working remotely from home. Mild symptoms. I will self-isolate for 5 days.
Oh, thank God.
Good. Why don't you self-isolate for the rest of your life?
Cut 22 here, Phil. Let's move on to the Elon Musk, Donald Trump Spaces thing. By the way, we spent most of the 6 o'clock hour talking about it. Nick's big take was on it. They after 48 minutes late, whatever it was, they finally got on, and the first question, the first back and forth was about Trump's assassination attempt. This is how that sounded. Cut 22, Phil. Go.
Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very. I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah. And
because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle, so that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to... I'm a believer. Now I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle.
Well,
so a couple of things. I want to give Elon Musk, because I've ripped Elon before for how painful it is to listen to him talk, which it is. And then with the microphones on Trump, it made it like a double whammy. But I got to give Elon credit for two things. Number one, he says, I was ecstatic or enthusiastic or excited to endorse you. Kudos to Elon Musk, not just because he endorsed him, but because he has owned it. Unlike Joe Rogan, who it seems like it was close to a Bobby Kennedy endorsement, and then he kind of backs off because of the blowback on social media. If you say something, own it. Kudos, point to Elon, loss of a point for Joe Rogan. But secondly, and yes, he's not a professional broadcaster by any stretch, Elon Musk, but credit to him for asking and starting with the subject of the assassination.
Yeah.
That is, to me, something the mainstream media has tried to bury. Mm-hmm. It's like they're not even covering it. They don't want the answers. You could have went economy. You could have went border. You could have went Kamala Harris. You went assassination, and I think that is the lead. So I think from a journalism or a hosting standpoint, you asked the pertinent question right off the top.
Cut 13, Phil. Trump jokes about the assassination attempt. Cut 13. Go.
Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this maybe this is worth talking about that.
It was
that slide saved your life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. saved by illegal immigration.
You know the incredible thing though when you talk.
There you go.
So-
Illegal immigration saved my life.
Yeah.
Because he's looking at the chart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me point out this with Trump when we're talking about the assassination concept here. I'm of the belief over the last handful of days, close to a week now, where I've said I think this is an inside job.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has never uttered that.
No.
Donald Trump either knows that it wasn't or might think that it is, but we talked about dialing back the rhetoric. Remember, right after the shooting, there was this, hey, maybe both sides need to dial the temperature back. He has not thrown gasoline on the fire on something that was a millimeter or two away from taking his life. So when we talk, and I'm very fair, I think sometimes, if not a lot of times, he gets off track, he loses focus, he doesn't stick to the things that are gonna work, he says the things that the media will run with to use against him. But let's give credit where credit is due. He has not been bombastic about the assassination attempt. Don't know why. Don't know what the motive is. Don't know what his beliefs are. Is it coaching? Is it strategy? Does he really think it was just a rogue shooter? But he has not been. I mean, you can say what you want about 2020. He never lets that go. He's let the assassination attempt go. He does not throw gasoline on the fire. If you're going to be fair, you got to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't. To be honest, I'd be fuming. What are we? Exactly 1 month. Today's August 13th. July 13th. If that was me, I would be raging still.
Yep.
He's not, though.
Which shows you when when people say, "Oh, he's not as disciplined about certain things." I think he is.
On certain things, yes. I just wish we had more of it because it would give the other side less fodder. That's all. Doesn't bother me.
Like for what?
Whatever it is, whether it's going into the DEI stuff, the Harris identity, 2020.
I'm glad you said that, though. I still think, going back from that clip that I think Smirkanish played on his show, and it was actually a Pennsylvania podcaster, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
It was Dauphin County, PA.
Yes. Yeah. A lot. There are people who say that Trump did that on purpose, making that comment because in the African American community, Black men in particular don't trust Kamala Harris.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And that Trump, that was calculated because he's playing into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, of course, the mainstream media will never arrive at that conclusion.
But Trump, that's just it. You're looking at these slim margins, and for him to, just play into something that already exists, you could say is a disciplined campaign strategy.
Yes, very much.
I have the clip that is not making headlines but should, and I will play that on the other side. But we have to step aside for a quick break right now.
Look at that tease.
It's the clip that I believe should be making headlines but is not.
All right, we'll continue with the cut sheet on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, let me talk to you about football. It's coming up on the second preseason game for the Eagles. So, fall right around the corner. Getting cool at night. You know what that means, fall. So it's time to get in on action early this season. You can do NFL future bets. How will you think the Birds are going to do this season? Will they make the playoffs, win the division? Super Bowl matchups, you can bet it all on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. All you have to do is sign up using my promo code Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. And new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. But you have to sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. There's no better place to get ready for football this season than FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook and the official sports betting partner of the NFL. And also of 1210 WPHT, so you're in good hands. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track.
We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$8:35, Kayal and Company rolling on Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just about an hour away from our voice messages. If you'd like to leave us a message, download the Odyssey app. Same app that you are listening to the show on. And right next to the Listen Live tab is a little microphone. Tap that button, record it, and soccer will play the best coming up around 9:40 today.
Right now, the thousands of you listening on the Odyssey app, just take 5 minutes and do this, and we'll play it for you at 9:40, 9:45, somewhere around there, as close as we can get. By the way, this portion of What's on the Cut Sheet is sponsored by Wawa. Wawa has new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita, veggie quesadilla. Are you hungry, Nikhil?
Oh, yeah. You saw me chewing my fig bars.
Since you eat on on the show. Maybe you could eat a Wawa or the beefsteak burrito with a salsa roja. Try a burrito bowl or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you for sponsoring this portion of What's on the Cut Sheet since it's 11 days long. Elon Musk, I will get to what I think is the most important part of this Spaces that's not making any headlines, but it should be. You talked about Musk's endorsement and how he stands by it, unlike Joe Rogan. Trump appreciates how much the endorsement of Elon Musk means. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right,
absolutely. So,
and I just want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. You know, you and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yep.
By the way, as somebody who, we said this earlier, but the internet rumor going around that it was a lisp or it was dentures, that's an audio issue. That's an audio compression issue. Mm-hmm. The Spaces just didn't seem like it was set up for that type of broadcast.
Why does Elon sound okay then? Why isn't the list?
Well, they're in different locations.
They're in different locations, and if you look, because Trump or somebody from Trump's camp tweeted out a picture of him, he has one of those lavalier mics on, and there's a thing that's hacked, and with that, it picks up weird things sometimes. So maybe Elon Musk was on a microphone like this. We don't know.
He was hardly in a Fox News TV studio with true sound technicians.
But do you think? Let me ask you, since Trump is an entertainment guy and visuals and audio means the world to him, do you think right now he's seething that his audio was that bad?
Yes, I think it bothered. I definitely think he is very bothered by it. Also that the broadcast went on late.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that won't happen again. Either Trump, if he does something else with Elon ever again, he'll go in person, or he will make sure that he has the proper microphone in the proper studio.
Well, the problem, too, is that there was a lot of substance discussed last night, which I'm going to get to, and that is all being overshadowed by the technical issue.
Yeah.
Is there a way to fix it? I mean, can you fix it in post?
You mean go back and re-edit it with the quality?
Can you fix the audio
that's why,
to clean it up?
That's why earlier we were talking about how they should have done a video set like Tucker Carlson does or Joe Rogan does, and recorded it and been done with it.
Yeah,
you know, like polish it up, make it look pretty. This need to do it. Like, it's not like they were taking questions from audience members. I get it. I love, we are live and local here. I 100% understand the need to be live, all that stuff. But I just, for something like this, it just seems like a big oversight not to have it more polished, especially for Trump, who is an entertainer.
We could have done it live right here in the Odyssey Hub.
Exactly.
Would have sounded perfect.
Okay, but I'm looking, can AI fix overcompressed tracks to restore dynamics? I believe that there is a way, because you said it was compressed, restoring compressed audio.
Yeah.
I believe that there is a way to repair it, and I think that we should try to do that.
I totally agree. Re-edit it, make it sound better, and then repost it. But yeah, I think you're right, Dawn. He was seething.
There's an audio restoration program, and these programs are designed to recover digital audio files from loss mitigators and other such software.
Yeah.
So we need to.
Yeah, Phil, get on that later today.
Phil's only been up since 3 o'clock this morning, and then he ran to Staples because we were out of paper, so out of his own pocket.
Yeah.
Phil's. Seriously, he's our superhero.
He's the gem of this radio station.
Agreed.
Amen.
By the way, I'm not to shame people, but I see you on YouTube,
Ooh.
and I see all of you watching, and I don't see that number reflected in the likes. So please, I'm shaming you.
Yeah,
you're watching right now. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Hit the like button.
Yeah, you hit the
thumbs up button.
You hit the spaces button 38,000 times last night in the first 40 minutes.
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
Hit these buttons, darn it.
With the technical issues that happened last night, clips like this are being washed over. This is cut 15, where he talks about food prices coming up as much as they have. Cut 15, go.
You know, with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, that quality is terrible.
Oh, it's so awful. And that's why people were wondering if he had a root canal, if he had dentures.
That's what I thought.
Oh, my God.
He had a dental procedure, but
I thought they hired DeSantis to be the engineer.
I just think that there's a way to fix it, or at least mitigate it.
But he's so right when he talk about food. And Dawn, thank you so much for re-establishing the word in my brain, Aldi's, because now I use Aldi's.
It's like Nick discovering fire.
And I knew Aldi's existed, but man, I tell you what, Aldi.
It's so funny. My husband calls it Audi. He goes, I went to Audi. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah? Did you get the Q7 there?
I'm like, does Piazza have an... No, but you call it Aldi's. My husband calls it, he says Audi. I'm like, no, it's Aldi, but it's because he's from Delco. So he has it sounds like Audi. Anyway.
Short of lunch meat and actual meats, we're getting everything there. And with my wife and daughters working up at Music Fest this past weekend for the in-laws, I needed just a few items. And I took a picture of what I bought and the receipt. I got a loaf of bread, raspberries, 12 bananas, limes, and 2 tubs of pico de gallo.
Yeah.
$11.32. At Giant, that's like $18 minimum.
Yeah.
Aldi is a godsend.
It is.
If you want groceries that are affordable.
Hey, listen, guys. If you want to sit here and praise Aldi, that's fine, but they're not paying our bills.
That's true.
So screw them.
Yeah, the hell with you.
Yeah.
You want a live read, you come to Daddy.
Thank you.
They stretch our dollar further.
No, not until they're stretching our dollar on 1210 WPHT do we give them any love.
Yeah.
You know what is the cheapest item? The cheapest item? Bananas.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you notice this, we get every...
like 8 for like $1.40.
Oh, yeah. I got 3 huge bunches, especially at the aforementioned store that Greg says.
I love bananas from anywhere. I eat a banana every day.
Yeah. In my house, we can't keep them in the house.
Yep.
Except Mike Opelka is like allergic to bananas or something, but
weirdo.
Other than
that is an
Opelka,
odd thing to be allergic to, isn't it not?
Well, it's a shame because
he's also allergic to leaving his house. Coming into the studio to do a radio show, that's a different story. By the way, I didn't golf with Opelka at all this year. Not one single time.
What's going on?
Aren't you going to do the TMF?
Is he? Well, yeah. I didn't know he was involved. Is he?
I thought he was.
Okay.
But
yeah, I don't know what that guy's up to.
Duffy Domino says, Greg, send all these a bill with some prices on advertising. Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
All right, 855-839-1210. Let's rip through a couple of these phone calls, and we'll go to Ralph, who's in Cherry Hill. Ralph, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning. Love your show.
Thank you.
Look, I agree with you on this no tax and tips thing. However, I think the response to the Trump campaign demonstrates their incompetence. The problem with it is they're on defense, and I have a way for them to go on offense and not only put Kamala between a rock and a hard place, but also it to be a win for Trump no matter what happens. And here's my Here's what I think they should do. Hear me out.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
So, step one is I think he ought to call her bluff. And here's how he does that. If I was running that campaign, I'd have him do an impromptu press conference today. And this is what he ought to say. He ought to say, you know what? Kamala Harris recently jumped on the no tax on tips train. Well, here's what I got to say. I've been riding that train for 4 months. I like to say welcome aboard. But here's what I also want to do. I want to challenge Kamala. Let's see, is she a talker or is she a doer? All right? Rather than talk about this, you're the vice president right now. Joe Biden says he's for it. He's the president. All right? Why talk about it? Let's get it done. I'll even help you guys. Here's what I propose we do, okay? Let's see if you're a talker. Let's see if you're a doer, not a talker. I will immediately talk to Mike Johnson and the Republican Congress, put a bill on the floor, and pass it. And I'll let you handle the Senate. You're the tiebreaking vote. Let's see if you can get it done. Are you going to talk about it, or are you going to get it done?
Ralph, Ralph,
okay.
it's such a great idea, and you were so right, because all of these promises that she says she's going to do, and if Joe's already on board with it, and Karine Jean-Pierre has said Joe's on board with it, what's preventing you from doing any of this now? The whole elect me and I'll fix things. Wait a minute. You're already elected. You're already in office. You're doing nothing. Ralph, you're totally spot on. I think this is a great idea, especially with Mike Johnson, because as Dawn said, Congress has to be involved.
You are exactly right. And no matter how it turns out, right, Trump wins. If they follow through, Trump could say, see, I get things done. People talked about making us independent of foreign oil. For years, I got it done. People talked about securing the border. I got it done. People talked about moving our embassy to Jerusalem. They talked about it for decades. I got it done. Are you a talker, Kamala, or are you a doer? That's what he should do. The problem with the campaign, they're incompetent right now because they're on defense. They ought to be on offense. Let's get it done.
Ralph, great call. You've officially joined the Trump campaign, and they will send you your 1030 paperwork to be an independent contractor.
1099.
1099, that too. Yeah. 1030, what the hell am I talking about? 10W30, I'm thinking about motor oil.
Anyway.
What a day. 855-839-1210. Larry in Hatboro is up next. Larry, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, bud.
What nobody's talking about is Tim Waltz's, he's the chairman of the Committee of State Pension Fund in Minnesota. Okay, it's with the state workers, $140 billion, teachers, $28 billion. And since he's been running it, like 6 years now, nothing adds up. And there's whistleblowers coming out left and right saying, what's going on? Like, there's supposed to be, a set amount, like a fee to manage funds like that. Mm-hmm. And it's like way, way, way low. It's like $20 million. And they say it should be like $400 billion or $400 million.
Yeah. Where did it all go? Right.
Yeah. And they're saying, oh, we made 9% every year. And they're like, even Bernie Madoff said that he could never do that. Mm-hmm. So why isn't anybody talking about this? This is something that's real big and real criminal. You're talking $168 billion.
Yeah.
And
feels like
and he's in charge of it. So he's the one responsible. He's the chairman, and nobody's talking about it.
Well, and it's also the same thing, too, with the COVID relief funds and all the fraud that went on there.
Yes, that's a separate issue. That's $250 million. But that's a drop in a bucket when you compare $168 billion in state pension fund. Mm-hmm. I mean, $250 million of COVID fund is nothing then.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing?
Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, you're right. It's amazing how all these millions upon millions of dollars go unaccounted for and missing. Yet we have the IRS, and they want to make sure they're getting all their cut for tips for those in the service industry. Seriously, like, I got to worry about you coming after $8 in tips, and you can't account for $40 million?
Yeah.
Two things, and as far as the story that he mentioned, the pension fund, they're basically accused of cooking the books and charging these high fees for teachers. Mm-hmm. And that's something that Trump and the Trump camp should absolutely seize upon and say, hey, teachers, nobody should do this to you.
Yep.
And nobody should force you to pay the union dues. You should be able to get representation, which, by the way, is a law. Nobody talks about that one. As far as Kamala Harris and talking about her actions, I think it's important to think about her words versus her actions. She and her husband, because they have to release all of their donations, when you look at the reports of what they donated to, actions speak louder than words. They have supported far left, anti-cop, anti-police, pro-sanctuary city nonprofits. That's where they donate their dollars.
Yeah, they're anti-border is what they are, right?
And, well, they're just...
I mean, you can't be pro-sanctuary city and pro-border because you don't have one without the other being open.
But they're anti-law enforcement.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
And so, look, these are the points, that the Trump camp should seize upon all of this.
Which is interesting because she was absolutely pro-law enforcement as a prosecutor because you don't get to prosecute all these people without the cops locking you up. So the cops lock you up, they arrest you, they put you in the joint, you get the case in front of you as a district attorney, and then she throws the book at everybody over smoking pot. Now all of a sudden she's, everybody should be out of jail that smoked weed. She has flip-flopped 180 degrees on almost every single issue without telling us what her new policies are, and the receipts are just going to be, and that's why truly she's in hiding, because whether it's JD versus Walz in a Veep debate, Trump versus Kamala sitting down to do a national interview, much less sitting down with Elon Musk or somebody that will ask, maybe tougher questions than Lester Holt will. She does not have the answer yet. I guarantee you they're coming up with the pivot and the spin to find a way to massage without answering what she was basically running on 5 years ago. And oh, by the way, Elon Musk has posted on X that he has officially offered the invitation to Kamala Harris to join Spaces.
There's zero chance she's going to do that.
No, of course not.
By the way, I didn't even play what I think is the most consequential piece of audio
you didn't even
from
pay off
last
your
night.
tease.
So I will do that next hour for Cut Sheet Part 2. I
All
promise
right.
you I will get to it. I believe it's the most consequential piece of audio that nobody is talking about. I will have it for you coming up and Cut Sheet Part 2 next hour.
All right, that'll be about right around the bottom of the hour, and then we will have the voicemails. We've got our morning mystery movie clip and a Dawn Stensland Big 3 to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. The segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The Acura Summer of Performance event is happening now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. Get financing as low as 2.9% for 48 months on the all-electric ZDX. Shop online at piazzaacura.com. 9 o'clock hour, next on Talk Radio 1210.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Outside, you can fry eggs on the sidewalk. But here, in the cool comfort of Colonial Marble and Granite, you can beat the heat with stone-cold savings on the region's deepest selection of stone surfaces. Why not start chilling in a new kitchen when you can get up to 65% off exotic blowout stone while supplies last? But hurry, the sun sets on these savings Monday, August 19th. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details. That's colonialmarble.net.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Retired minister Sam Lepore believes you practice what you preach. Phil Cannella and Joanne Small practice what they preach. They too are protected by the exclusive crash-proof retirement system.
You know, if you're talking about something in your life that you want to share with somebody else, if you're not doing it yourself, then you're a fake. And Phil is not a fake. He's crash-proofed. I mean, he invests in his own crash-proof retirement system. And I said, you know, that gives you joy. And you can see it in his face. Crash-proof retirement has really helped me to have joy. I'm so excited about it that I cannot stop telling people about it. I was looking at the market and seeing 500 points drop. I mean, that's crash. I'm really lucky to be crash-proof.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we get the 9 o'clock hour started here. Tuesday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Dawn's Big Three, 2 more stories, morning mystery movie clip, cut sheet part 2, and your voicemails. All still on the way. I'm not even going to yell about this. I just want to relay this to the audience, and I'll deliver it in a very mild manner. Chumpy John tweets us. Yeah, Chumpy Jawn, Jawn. Yeah, cool word that Philadelphia used to throw around in 1997. It should be interesting to see how Dawn and Nick spin this disaster, referring to the X spaces. At some point, you have to be intellectually honest with your listeners and not feed them copium. Chumpy John, if you listened to my big take this morning, I said the conversation with Trump was great. The presentation and the delivery, the first 45 minutes with the delay, was an unmitigated disaster. I said you can't have it. You can't allow that to happen. It sunk DeSantis in May of 2023. Now, maybe DeSantis was going to sink his own battleship anyway. And he's a bizarre dude, and he likes mustard. But, I mean, that's water under the bridge. But go back and actually listen to the big take. And I understand that everybody can't listen for 4 hours. But before you tweet me with your uninformed takes, understand what my take was at 6:15 this morning. Dawn and I are always honest. And I give you my authentic opinion every day. Just yesterday, to your point, Chumpy John, about, not feeding your audience copium, I said I did a big take on Trump being in a slump. So which way do you want it, people? Do you want me to be honest and maybe hurt some feelings? Or should I just tell you everything's hunky-dory and make you feel like, you know what? Life is great. It's up to you. I'll do whatever you want. All right? Whatever you need. I'm paid for the next 14 months, so it don't matter to me. You tell me what you want, audience. All right?
Doesn't.
Tell me what you need. Do you want me to tell you that Trump created the heavens and the earth? Would you like me to tell you Trump needs to change his message? Which one would you like? Don't really matter to me, but I do feel like at times, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Doesn't really bother me, but what I don't like is when people misrepresent or whatever that I have already said that you didn't consume. I said I wasn't going to get mad, and here I am getting mad. So, Chumpy John, we created the rewind feature on the app for a reason, for people to go back and get it. I don't give you copium. I give you content. Content that hasn't been seen in 16 years in this slot. All right, Chief? Now get out of my face. Tired of these people. Tired of them. Like that pause for effect, don't you? It's nice. Nobody's got anything to say, huh? Everybody's quiet now.
I don't know what Chumpy. Is it Chumpy?
Chumpy, yeah, Chumpy John.
Chumpy throws chump in the water and wants you to bite on it, you bit.
Yeah.
Picture with his cat in his Twitter profile. His cat. Get out of here.
I don't know. What did Chumpy say? Now I got to look.
His 42 followers. He didn't tag you.
Oh, I thought it was like on the YouTube chat.
No, I don't look at that. I shouldn't even look at X, to be honest.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You should just
But
let
at some point, you have to be intellectually honest. Okay. Go back and listen to the big takes.
We're the most intellectually honest station on the radio dial.
Yeah, it's election season. We got 83
Sylvia
days
said
to go.
right on Nick. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sylvia's supporting you.
Thank you, Sylvia. You think I've been warmed up this week? Wait till we get to September and October.
EKZ on the YouTube chat, who by the way is no fan of mine, he wants Sean Farish to replace me, but I do agree with him on this. He says
What?
John was out of the lingo by 92.
I had 97, but my math is usually off by about 5 years as to what's in and what's out. I'm still on season 3 of Stranger Things.
So EKZ, even though you want Sean to replace me, I agree with you, my friend.
Yeah.
And Four Rascals says Nick needs. Oh, I thought it was bananas. It's hot dogs.
Man, bananas, hot dogs,
mustard,
relish.
Mustard.
Mm-hmm.
Mustard.
All these people, these Monday morning quarterbacks. I wish you would be honest with your audience. I wish you would actually listen to the full 4 hours and UCIM.
What are you not being honest about, Nick?
I have no idea.
What?
Idea. All these people that.
What did you do?
All these brainiacs on Twitter just spouting into the ethos that nobody sees.
By the way, Twitter again is not real life.
Yeah. Keep tweeting with your 42 followers. You're basically shouting in your own closet. Get lost. All right, 9:06 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Discover Lancaster this morning. Phil Almquist, I sent you the photo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Guess who's the latest cover girl? Time magazine.
Oh, it's
well, she's
well,
not
it's
the
not
woman
Melania.
of the year. Well, it's not Melania, but somebody says it looks like her.
No way.
This is sort of so Kamala Harris. It says she is on the cover.
Yep, I saw it.
Did you see it?
I
The
did.
Time for next
I did.
week.
Yep.
And it says in her moment.
It is so. I mean, first of all, it's so predictable, but it's still so nauseating that they elevate her like this. I mean, let's be honest. Even the mainstream media in year 3 of this administration was crushing Kamala Harris. What does she do? What's her role?
Yeah.
Every time, now she's going to be rebranded. She's going to break out. Year 4, she'll hit her stride. Now she's on the cover of Time magazine like she's the Pope.
And so on the cover, it's a drawing, which Trump, I know you have that audio, so I won't give it away, but Trump's audio is really interesting when he talks about this with Elon. But as far as on their digital version, it says the reintroduction.
See?
Of Kamala Harris.
We've said this. She's been on the political stage. She's been the damn vice president.
I know.
For 4 years, and the reintroduction of her.
I
We should know her.
And the worst part is, there are some people that are going to be like, reintroduction? I didn't even know who she was to begin with.
Yeah, it's so,
Let me introduce myself.
It's just so apropos of society.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we didn't know. I don't know who the vice president is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she might as well just come out with for the next rally and bring Jay-Z and have him sing "Allow Me to Reintroduce Myself."
I can't take this. And the media is doing everything it possibly can to rewrite her narrative. And I've never seen something like this.
Mm-hmm. It's sickening, but it's predictable.
Well,
and it says her moment.
Ah,
and
look,
it's this
yeah,
very
it's up-
beautiful
it's up
sort
on
of
the-
drawing, painting.
God, look at Melania.
Why is
And-
Melania next to it?
Do you have the audio of Trump talking about it, or do you want me to just say it?
No.
So Trump says, because Trump loves Time magazine. Remember when he was on Time, and they said the person of the year, or whatever, and he said it should be the man of the year. He is so into the media, and he loves things like this, and he loves to analyze things like this.
Mm-hmm.
So in the interview, he multiple times talked about this. He said, first, they portray her, and she looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. He says it was a drawing, and actually, she looked very much like a great First Lady Melania.
It does if you look at the side-by-side that Phil has up. Now, obviously, they do look different.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see it, by the way.
I mean, there are some vague similarities with the sketch and the AI, and it's...
I mean, they make her look as good as she's ever looked. I mean, she's a beautiful woman.
Yeah, she's not an ugly woman by any
she's
stretch,
a beautiful,
folks.
I don't care about the Melania comparison. My problem is more of the rewriting of Kamala.
Yes.
Like that's just like
But that's part of his point,
her
right?
moment.
That they're now, glorifying her and basically putting her up there as the superstar. And I think it does bother him that his beautiful wife has never been a first lady who, you know what I mean? Like for the Trump, I mean, they've never put her up there, whatever. But
Does anybody read Time magazine? I mean, like, you go to the doctor's offices, I don't even think they have magazines anymore.
Yeah, magazines really have died, haven't they?
Well, there's the digital version. I mean, this has gone viral.
I know.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but it's again, it's not the 90s. Like, who's on the cover of Time magazine?
It's about as relevant as being on the cover of Sports Illustrated anymore, right?
I couldn't have told you the last 5 covers of Time magazine.
Yeah, but I think the point is that they have the media is spending a ton of time reinventing Kamala Harris and presenting her as somebody that's all shiny and new and that you've never seen this before.
We talk about this, coronation of Kamala, but I want to substitute coronation with culmination. The mainstream media is hell-bent on getting her over the finish line and winning this election because it's a culmination of the last 4 years of identity politics. If they can cap it off, it's like a long 85-yard drive, right? In a football game. You started at your own 15. They are in the red zone now, and they need to punch it across the goal line and break the plane to cap off the identity politics world that this administration has created. And then they can say, she shattered the ultimate glass ceiling.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. And by the way, Marcus Aurelius says, I want to see Chumpy John versus Grumpy Nick in a steel cage match.
Now, the one thing I will say about all of this, and Trump is keenly aware of this, that now that she's being, like the heavens have opened and the angels are playing their harps and she's being glorified and put on this huge pedestal, and then all she has to do is talk. So I'm glad that they're raising the expectations
By
for
the
Kamala
way,
Harris.
let me tell you guys, and I know you know this, so let me tell the audience. Her not doing interviews and her not only staying scripted is completely by design. That's what they want.
Of course.
And by the way, guys, it's probably going to pay off.
It's working right now. I've said that.
It might pay off.
Yeah.
But everybody's a journalist. Everybody and anybody who's within shouting range of her needs to pick up your phone. This is what everybody needs to do. Pick up the phone, shout questions at her.
Tweet her right now, folks. Let's create a movement
in person
right now.
when she's out anywhere.
She's not going to answer any questions.
She's
guys.
not, but it's a bad look for her. And at some point, she's got to answer. We saw Joe Biden interacting. I mean, she's got to do rallies. She's got to go.
Do you think
she's going to be at the convention, Greg?
Do you think Joe, independent or guy who lives his life is like, boy, I was going to vote for Kamala, but she doesn't do any interviews. No. It's just like in our world, it's a big deal, but for most people who are going to vote for her, it's not.
There are 2 moments that could stop the honeymoon and squelch her momentum. Next week at the DNC in Chicago, the reports are now 100,000 plus pro-Palestinian protesters. If that gets ugly, that could work against her in the polls. And then again, as I said in the big take yesterday, Trump just has to get to September 10th with the debate.
I said this to you guys months ago that this was when it was Biden v. Trump. Nobody was interested in the election. People were telling everybody, we want different candidates. That's what they were telling people, and the Democrats did it. And they're doing a very good job of rewriting Kamala Harris, and it's working. It's working because they look like 2 people. Walz and Harris look like 2 people that have not been on a breath of fresh air, even though she's been in the damn White House for 4 years. It's working. It's all by design. It's working.
You don't have to tell me. Chumpy. See, I said that yesterday. I'm intellectually honest with my audience.
So number 2, I'll bring you to a local update because police are still putting the word out. They're still searching for that suspect and his vehicle connected to an attempted child abduction in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Happened over the weekend that we learned about this, but it actually happened last Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Continental Drive, Liberty Lane. This is Warrington Township. An 11-year-old boy, he stopped to fix his bike. This masked man, and it's not a COVID medical mask. It's a full-on, dark-colored mask, hoodie, the whole thing. I believe he had gloves on as well. A masked man tried to abduct him. So the police there have been asking for residents to look at their doorbell cameras, and at least a couple of people supplied their doorbell videos. And so they have that. And so they're getting more information. They're still putting the word out to parents as an alert, and as well to anybody in that, even across the region. Please review 3 o'clock or preceding 3 o'clock or right after that. That's why they're giving the time frame last Friday. The suspect driving an older model white pickup truck, possibly a Chevy, and that truck reportedly did have rust over the rear tires, some damage on the front passenger side bumper. So the boy did get home safe. He was rattled, did the right thing, told his parents right away, but they're still trying to put the word out here. And there was also a woman walking her dog at the time of this, and she was seen. So they just want to get all of these different witnesses, and like I say, any video that they can release to the public.
Yes.
Very concerning.
Yeah, people need to share that on social media for sure if that picture's out there.
So that important follow-up. Number 3, another dangerous, worrisome virus. Yes, this is the Oropouche virus.
Oh, yeah, I fought that off last week myself.
So this debilitating, dangerous, possibly deadly virus, it originates in, can't make this up, sloths.
Sloths?
Like a sloth. In sloths. Okay. It's spread by insect bites and not just mosquitoes. Could be other biting midges or other biting, blood, human-sucking insects. And it's reported for the first time in Europe. So usually this is in warmer, South American countries. It's in the family of diseases like Zika virus or dengue. So this is the first time now it has been reported in European countries, Spain, Italy, Germany. There's no vaccine for this. It originated in pale-throated sloths.
Well, there's no vaccine for COVID either, so.
But it's made the jump, Nick Kayal. It's made the jump.
How soon till it gets to
primates
America?
To people.
Yeah.
Well, ding, ding, ding.
I'm going to predict September 15th.
Yeah.
just a random date I'm throwing in. September 15th.
Well, the telltale signs of Oropouche include severe headache, nausea, vomiting, muscle and joint pain.
It's the same thing you get when you watch The View.
So we're putting this out there, but the EU, there are some travel alerts now, and they're saying just wear your insect repellent, people.
Yeah.
Wear the DEET, long sleeve shirts, long pants, that sort of thing. Just you got to do your due diligence. Just wear the repellent anyway.
Yeah, wear the repellent. Throw on a mask.
You don't want to get the ticks. No,
stay home.
If you wear the repellent, you're good to go.
Okay. I was wearing all sorts of repellent yesterday at Bluestone. I had a little sunblock, little bug spray on. It smelled like $1 million.
It's important.
It is.
Hey, calling all ice cream lovers, indulge in Lancaster County's mouth-watering ice cream trail. Sample delectable flavors at charming local creameries. Discover sweet delights around every corner. Find the trail at discoverlancaster.com today. Quick forecast because it is so beautiful. And the forecast sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So the forecast, you're going to love it. It was lovely for Nick Kayal out there helping raise money for autism. And so that was a beautiful thing yesterday, out golfing with the Piazza family as well. And so today, 82 degrees. We're really mid-80s and beautiful weather coming up. And what event do you have Thursday? You have another
event. We got the Phillies
event.
coming up, Police Athletic League night.
Yeah.
Look at you.
You're playing.
I am.
He's playing against Bryce Harper.
Yep. That's right.
Having fun.
I'm going to be patrolling right field like my boy Castellanos.
Yeah, so if you're going to the game on Thursday, Nick Kayal will be there.
Yeah, I'll be the bald guy hitting ones into the upper deck.
So look for Nick. Thank you, Piazza, for sponsoring our beautiful forecast and Nick's Phil's event coming up. Service centers of the Piazza Premium Dealers. They're going to handle all your regular maintenance needs, also diagnose possible issues before they can occur. Schedule a service appointment online today. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you. PIAZZA. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our forecast and Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:20, right on the dot. Time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wait a minute, there's no birthday party for me here.
Oh, Mr. Harris.
What's the reason for your truancy?
Just couldn't make it on time.
You mean you couldn't or you wouldn't?
It was like a full crowd scene at the food line.
Food will be eaten on your time. Why are you continuously late for this class? Why do you shamelessly waste my time like this?
I don't know.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, I got to imagine most people should be able to get this one with relative ease. Could easily be a bounce back spot for you based on yesterday's tough one that we played for you that had shades of Dorenzo written all over it. Caller 12, though, at 855-839-1210.
I can say that if you want to wear a pair of tickets to see Twas the Night Before Christmas by Cirque du Soleil at the Met, Philadelphia on December 19th, 2024, 7:30 p.m., tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Thank you very much,
You're
Greg.
welcome.
Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. We'll get to our winner, cut sheet part due, and then your voicemails coming up. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Who doesn't love a family reunion? Come to ours on Sunday, August 18th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals and Toyota Phillies Alumni Day. Secure your seats at phillies.com. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at phillies.com.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited. The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby.
joeconklin.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to getcash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
Getcash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Free speech lives here with Kayal & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I love Venn diagrams.
Kayal and Company, 9:30 as we roll on. You don't need a Venn diagram to identify that movie clip. At least I don't think you do. Did Kim? I doubt it. Kim and Glenn Mills is with us. Kim, what legendary high school movie did we play for you just a few moments ago?
Hi, it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
That is correct. You have tickets for 'Twas the Night Before coming up on December 19th. Congratulations, Kim. We thank you for playing and certainly for listening.
Thank you.
You are welcome, Kim and Glenn Mills.
And by the way, Dawn, it's 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
What?
'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
Twas?
Twas.
Right. TWAS.
Yes.
Right.
Twas.
Right.
That's
not
what I meant to say.
Yeah.
'Twas the night
Was
before.
the night before.
Yeah, that's what she meant, Nancy.
I meant.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Okay. Okay, Don. I know those were not my teeth last night that Trump was using. Okay. It was a bad mic. Okay. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Okay.
All right, let's get to a Tuesday edition of What Stalker Has Left Over for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Or maybe part 3.
Yes, that's right. We did have a part 2 about 40 minutes ago.
By the way, they're sponsored. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by my good friends at Budget Blinds. I use Budget Blinds. You should too. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Yeah, that motorization, man, that's key. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. Okay, we'll get to voicemails at 9:45, but I'm going to play one because I've been teasing this, so hang on.
Hey, Stalker.
Yeah.
This is Joe Don from Wayne.
Hey, Joe.
I need you to quit being a Twitter tease and tell me what the funniest thing was from the interview.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
You're welcome.
Giddy up.
Giddy up. By the way, I didn't say it was the funniest thing that happened. I said it was the most consequential thing that I don't think is being reported.
Okay.
For those of you who are tuned in at 6 a.m., you know exactly what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. But for those who tune in late because you're malingers and you show up at 9 o'clock, where the hell have you been?
Yeah, exactly right.
I believe this is the most consequential thing that's getting no coverage. That was said last night in the interview. Trump and Elon Musk.
By the way, we're going back to Butler.
Yeah.
And we're going to go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler.
They're going back to Butler, which I think to have that, Nick, you brought that up as being like the last campaign stop before November 5th.
That's correct.
I think will send shockwaves, to be honest with you. To going back to the scene of the crime?
Yes, you could. I'm looking at the calendar now. If you take my advice and that be the last public appearance prior to Tuesday, November 5th, you could do that on Thursday, October 31st, which I believe is Halloween. Or, if you would like, you could do it on Sunday, October 13th, which would be August, September, October, which would be the 3-month anniversary of you being shot. So I would pencil down Sunday, October 13th, or Thursday, October 31st. Those would be my two bets. And it will have a seismic impact. You are correct.
I think, I said this at 6 a.m., and I agree with it. It could quite possibly be the biggest political rally in the history. And I do think, as a radio station, we should be there. I think we should be there.
You want to do a remote in Butler, PA? Fine by me.
Ugh, we have to go.
But
where is that?
I don't know.
It's by Ohio or something.
I'll put it into my GPS.
Oh, boy.
But it's by the fair. It's going to be right there, isn't it? The fairgrounds?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's yeah. And then after the show, I will put on a Secret Service jacket and climb that roof, and I'll lay there all day because it won't be too hot. And if any suspicious individuals show up, they're all getting rubber bullets to the dome. Get out of here. As Trump would say to cowards like that,
go home to your mom.
Yep.
What were you going to say, Dawn? It's what?
No, I'm looking at so I'm trying to figure this out because they haven't said the date, but you heard him say they've booked it. And he's going to hold a vigil and make it in memory of Corey Comparator.
Also, by the way, let's not sleep on the fact that there's been discussions of the first debate between Kamala Harris. Well, actually, we had the first debate here.
We might have the second one before they have the real first one.
But there's talk that that's going to be in Philly. Did you guys see that?
Independence Hall.
That's not been confirmed yet, though, right?
Okay. I saw a report. Okay.
Wow.
That's huge. Well, I mean, because Pennsylvania is likely to decide the whole thing, so it's not that crazy. By the way, Butler, PA from Philadelphia is a 5-hour and 22-minute drive.
God, what did I sign up for?
And it's 326 miles.
All right.
By the way, I have a lease through Piazza, so we're going to have to rent like a Winnebago.
Well, Road Warrior, I don't know if he's still listening or still on the chat, but he suggested taking like one of those mini buses up.
Oh, my. Oh, that would be fun.
Be great.
That would be a lot of fun.
Right. So, sales, we're pitching this idea about 60 days in advance.
Yeah.
If you need me down there next Tuesday to pitch it in person,
that's not enough time for them.
It's just,
So it's outside Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So
it's basically Ohio.
So are we deciding?
It's between Beaver and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Beaver.
Yeah.
Are we nice Beaver?
Yeah, Nancy, don't be a beaver.
Thank you.
It was stuffed. God, that's a naked gun.
Yeah.
Child.
So as a show, are we deciding we're going?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in.
All right.
I'm in.
I mean, we're going to be right around the 2-year anniversary of the show. It might be time for the first morning show remote.
I don't like remotes.
I don't either, actually. I hate them.
I just we're
not because of people. I just don't like broadcasting outside of the studios.
We're doing well being in the studio, so why would we take ourselves out of the studio?
Well, to make money, but
that's true.
Yeah.
One more from the Trump Elon Spaces thing. And then we'll get to your voicemails. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure, but had nothing to do with the problem is. But she was the border czar, and people can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't even know the difference.
So
Somebody said he sounds like Buddy Hackett.
Yeah, the voice is it's so bad.
Fix it.
But
Come on,
if you
guys.
notice there's moments there where there's like a few words where he sounds fine.
I know.
So it is the microphone, folks.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's the compression.
Yes.
Which there are software programs to fix.
Hey, he's a billionaire genius. Why is he not fixing this?
Fix it.
I know. He is such a dope. God almighty, dude.
Well, he's not a dope. He probably has his people on it.
No, he
got fired everybody.
He fired 90% of them.
But we are Odyssey. Why can't we fix it? Don't we have the software? We could just run the whole thing and then release it.
Yeah.
Why don't we fix it?
Instead of taking a nap today, I'm going to go back and do it myself.
Have you seen the company's financial statements recently, Don?
Well, Phil Almquist has only been here since 3 o'clock this morning.
I used to use Adobe Audition when I was a producer 12 years ago for Bruno. Can I do it with Adobe?
No.
Okay.
All right, we have all the voicemails.
Yeah.
They're coming up next.
Quick break, huh? All right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back.
That's what happens when you go 32 minutes in your opening segment. That's what happens.
Yeah, I noticed that. God almighty, the big take was long.
It was.
Who the hell wrote that?
When you go 32 minutes in your opening segment, the rest of the show suffers.
We Dawn got out of the news at 14. I didn't get out of the big take till 32.
I know.
Well, you had a lot.
Well,
prepare.
I got to trim that down to 7-8 minutes. That's a bad job out of me.
You do prepare.
That was excessive.
Yeah.
That was excessive. But it wouldn't have been excessive if Spaces wasn't on a 45-minute delay. I had to redo my copy last night thanks to these guys.
I know you did.
All right, voicemails coming up next day there.
You won't want to miss them.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number, locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5-NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:44, Kayal and Company rolling on Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up in 15 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap in just about 5, as well as what occurred today in music history. But before the music, we give you the messages. Greg Stocker, what do we have?
Odyssey app does not work on Android Auto. It will freeze. Great show. Love you guys.
Okay, well, neither does Spaces on X. What's your point? Actually, your problem is you're not an iPhone user.
Yep.
You're using Android. I've been telling you, Team Blue Box, Apple, baby.
The Colt.
Colt. You Samsung, Google Pixel nuts out there. Switch to Apple. Get over to iOS.
Hi, guys. This is Joe in Warminster.
Hey.
I wanted to follow up on my Roku observation while watching you on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's only your station.
Uh-oh.
Any shows in your station, the volume is squelched. It doesn't. I watch anything else on YouTube, and I don't have the YouTube. I don't pay for YouTube TV. It's just the YouTube app. Anything else on the app, the volume's fine.
Interesting.
So is he saying he has to really raise the volume to hear us, or he can't hear us at all?
I mean, I watch the show back sometimes, and I've never seen an issue. Maybe it's a Roku issue. Maybe it's not compatible with Roku.
Maybe.
I don't know. Anybody listening or watching on YouTube right now, if you want to put that in the chat, like, are you watching on Roku? Do you find the same issues? I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder if the European Union's hacking at us.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
What was that? The Chewbacca?
I think so.
Wow. All right. Just random sound effects. Hey, that's
Cool.
it's your dime, bro.
Yeah.
Greg Stocker sucks.
Thank you.
What?
He didn't even include the .com.
He didn't. He just wanted you to know. He just wanted you to know I suck.
Well, you know.
Kayal and Company, we're kind of right. It's okay. Keep the hate coming. I love it.
Hey, Dawn, Nick, and Greg. Keep up the good work. We love you. Especially Dawn.
that wasn't an evil laugh.
Oh, my
Love
Lord.
you back.
Oh,
Jump on
man.
me. Go for it. That's what we do here. That's right, baby.
You asked if the opening act was ever better than the headline.
Oh, yeah.
I go back to when Van Halen 3 that I saw play in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1995, I believe.
Huh?
And the opening act was Kenny Wayne Shepherd.
Yes.
And Kenny Wayne was so much better.
Yes.
Thanks.
I mean,
Scott from Downingtown.
Scott from Downingtown. By the way, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, way underrated. Awesome musician. And by 95, I think Van Halen had they hated each other, and they just didn't want to.
They wanted to break up?
Yeah, exactly.
So what were you referencing? What was the analogy of the opening act?
I actually think you brought it up in something where you said that the opening act is never better than the headliner in something.
Oh.
Maybe the vice president comparison? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Nick Kayal, the butcher of the tri-state blueberry. Not only he'll eat you, but he'll make the rest of us listen to it.
It's a reference to you eating on it.
Yeah, guess what I got here, Chief?
Oh, no.
I got some raspberries this morning. You like
God.
that?
Mm.
Let's continue.
Yummy, yummy.
The Democrats claim to be the party of diversity. Who do they name as vice president? An old white guy. Wow.
Yeah.
Why didn't Biden and Harris just change jobs?
You know, I said this months ago on the show. Did you ever look at Joe Biden's inner circle? Mr. Diversity?
Yeah, I know.
Joe's surrounded by a bunch of 60-plus-year-old white men.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all cosmetic theater, baby.
Come on, llama, 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 chameleon. She comes and goes. She comes and goes.
Boy.
I'm going to have that stuck in my head.
I know. I'm surprised we haven't played that as a rejoiner in a bed yet on the show, but that Did you really?
I did.
Well, good for you. I like that. It's a nice play on words by you.
By the way, Luke on the YouTube chat says Roku works for him. So I don't know.
Works for Luke.
I think that's a good way. I think that's a good place to end it for today,
right.
Nick Kayal.
By the way, Trump, Wilkes-Barre, this weekend, Saturday, August 17th, 4 p.m., doors open.
All right.
Mohegan Sun Arena.
You know, it's a closer spot for us to travel to than Butler. What's Wilkes-Barre from here? About 3 hours?
No, but the whole thing with the Butler thing is the reason we should go.
Yeah, no question.
Butler.
We'll just leave on Tuesday. We'll get there Thursday. It's like driving to Kansas.
Do a bus.
Well, I mean, we always get buses. I mean, we've got our bus driver from Ohio.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we've got our vice president.
I love electric school buses.
There you go. So what do you got lined up top of the hour, Dawn?
We got all the good stuff. We're going to fix the Trump. We're going to make Trump audio great again, by the way.
There we go. Love it. They're going to fix it.
Come on, I'm serious. We got to get a movement here.
Right.
We have Hope Danoff is coming up at 10:30, and we'll talk to her locally. What do Republicans do to re-energize the vote, stay out there, and try to sign everybody up for everything that's needed, all the volunteers. But I will update you on everything new with the new and newly reinvented Kamala Harris. We'll tell you the latest with what's up with Trump. We have a lot of local breaking news, so we'll get to all of it.
All right, looking forward to that. All right, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 13th, we celebrate the birthday of Danny Bonaducci, who's now 65. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Rick Parnell, who was in the movie This Is Spinal Tap, and Dan Fogelberg. Singles include Paranoid by Black Sabbath in 1970, Blowing in the Wind by Bob Dylan in 63, and Chop Suey by System of a Down in 2001. Albums include Skinner's debut in 73, Love is for Suckers by Twisted Sister in 87.
It is.
Sacred Heart by Dio in 85. And The Final Frontier by Iron Maiden in 2010. Also, in 71, Pink Floyd played their first Australian date. In 89, the Scorpions played the Moscow Music Peace Festival, which actually inspired them writing the song Wind of Change. In 66, a Texas station actually held the very first Beatles bonfire after John Lennon famously commented the Beatles were more popular than Jesus. And in 65, Jefferson Airplane made their stage debut. But lastly, on this day in 94, day 2 of Woodstock 94 included performances by the Cranberries and Joe Cocker. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
Not to be confused with Joe Conklin, by the way.
No, definitely not.
Oh, and by the way, there's period poverty in the suburbs. Period poverty.
Wow.
So I'm going to report on where there are going to be free menstrual products.
That's something definitely suited for you, and I'll just get out of your way for that.
7 minutes from now. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
We'll have some fun with that one.
Let it flow, Dawn.
Is Tampon Tim going to visit where there's period poverty?
There we go. Yeah. Are you going to do this report from a 4th grade boy's bathroom? All right, that'll do it for us on a Tuesday. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the Dawn Show. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Karine Jean-Pierre would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with